Hey everybody, welcome in. How's everybody doing today? I apologize for the long intro. Tummy started rumbling right before I was about to press the button to start stream, so I needed an extra couple of minutes. Anyway, we are back on the rim. We just finished a long battle with a bunch of tribals. We've got a bunch of corpses to clean up, some weapons, and maybe a couple prisoners for organs and profit. J-Bomb, hello, Killer, Awful, Laz, Barb. Okay, let's do a few shout-outs real quick. Let's shout out J-Bomb, J-Bomb underscore 64, and then we'll use the other one over here. We're gonna shout out Killer Jam 25. Guys, J-Bomb and Killer are part of the community. Awesome people. So if you're new, hanging out there, watching back on the VODs, please go check them out. J-Bomb underscore 64 and Killer Jam 25 on Twitch. So, where we're at is Nether is drinking coffee. And we need to repair our walls. So we've got people chopping blocks because we were repairing from something else. Let me check these survivors. Sure. Steadfast, psychically dull, careful shooter, unwavering loyalty. You okay, so then we got red over here. Trigger happy, chemical interest, gourmand, unwavering loyalty. Then we got psychically sensitive, tough. Hang on a second. Hang on a second, guys. Sorry, life stuff. Trying to get more life stuff done. Promotion for the channel. Okay, so we're gonna have to get rid of that. Sorry guys, I did not mean to get on a text, but trying to be more aware of real life stuff. Okay, whatever. That'll stand for now. So, tough, psychically sensitive. No real awesome traits there. How many do we have? Okay, we checked those three, and then this guy, steadfast, teetotaler, delicate. No. You're not the living one, are you? Yes, you are. And no. So, possibility of snagging a couple of these people for our own uses. So let's see if we can snag all of them without accidentally getting our recruit in here. Because, you know, we've got a recruit wandering around. They should be on our team momentarily. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. Now, how hard do we want to try to get organs? Thanks for the shout out and you getting the people selling you. Oh yeah, all the time. All the time. 2 hours. So I think if we have Julie coagulate and then capture, that should get done pretty quickly. Let's send Sweetney out to grab one after their meal. Same thing across the board here. Let's just go down the line and have a few people come out and snag potential After their meal. Okay, after each of your meals, please come and get them. I had Julie go to the really short one right off the bat. That should... Now this should be a recruitment here, which should mean we don't have to worry about them accidentally getting put back into a prison we don't care about. Our TV is getting built finally. Had one already. Yeah, so they seem to come in waves. Like, I've noticed that the people who sell stuff on Twitch seem to come, like, we'll get a whole bunch of them for like a couple of days or a week or whatever the case may be, and that guy's just gonna have to die. And then then they dry up. They go away. I kind of feel like it must be like a lot of the same people, and then they wind up having like all these multiple accounts and all that stuff, and then eventually Twitch catches on to who's which accounts are doing it, and at that point they just start IP banning people eventually and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens, or like somebody new to the game, quote unquote, starts doing it, and they go through it enough times to either stop or figure out how to do what they're doing, type of thing. I don't know how to explain it, but tending the Kogo. Okay, awesome, perfect. But I don't know. Whatever the case may be, we get people in, we ban them. We get more people in, we ban them, and you know, we just keep going from there. Requesting laborers. 3 colonists. For chunk skip? Oh my god, we have to take that. Ugh. Ugh. The Sideshow Bob grunt of disappointment. Alright. So you're like, none of these are people that we care about. So we're gonna put their food restrictions to nothing. And we're not gonna micro organ removal. We're just gonna do it and let our doctors handle it. We've got plenty of medicine because we've been growing it in the hydroponics setup. I was like, fuck it. We've been short on medicine this whole playthrough. What are we growing in hydroponics? Let's grow medicine in hydroponics. So we can do all the surgeries we want. We can do all of the organ harvesting we want. You know, really get into the fun stuff. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore, guys. I'm just doing things. We are kind of setting up for ship launch. We don't quite have... we don't have a Persona core, so we don't quite have the means to build an entire ship just yet. But we could start thinking about it, right? And we're gonna put it in... We're gonna put it walled in somewhere so that it's reasonably safe. I don't know who we're sending off planet. Maybe we'll send one of the pets. Maybe we'll send a prisoner off planet. Maybe one of our long-standing blood bags will get shot into space just because. Fuck it. Okay, so I think that's all I really had to queue up. Now they'll take care of everything themselves. Okay, so one of the prisoners died. Let's queue everybody back to work so they can go and do their things. Yeah, because that's... Yeah. Right, because he was going to move him down there because somebody died. So you got to keep an eye on that. If you're one of the prisoners died. Oh no, how could this happen, right? Oh, you mean the prisoners that we riddled with bullets before bringing them back to our place to organ harvest them? I don't know. It's a very big mystery how these things go wrong. Another raid. They will prepare for a while, then attack. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a lot of centipedes, and our walls are pretty beat up. That's a whole thing right there. 21 centipede blasters. 8 scythers. 6 lancers. A war queen. And a centurion. Oh, 2 war queens. 3 war queens and a centurion. For sure undetected this time. Hey, Emily. How you doing? Now they're gonna prepare for a while. And I don't know if I think I said hi, Awful. If I didn't say hi, how are you? Hi. Alright, so my thought process here, that whole thing I just did where I was like, everybody go to work. Nah. Let's go back on that. And I think we have people man mortars. I think the mortars will help us soften up the targets, so to speak. Man, our early pawns are just badass at shooting. I mean, not every single one, but Zed's pretty freaking awesome. And then everybody here, yeah, let's get you in on this action. Should I? You know what? Just this once, we're gonna swap out the EMP for a high explosive, and we're gonna run a 6 mortar explosive operation. All right, I need another shooter, someone who's not already on the line. You know what? You could get on the line. And then everybody hold fire for now. Jesus, they move fast. Now our goal with these mortars is to soften up the centipedes a bit. Right? I don't make the assumption that we're going to be killing a lot of them with these mortars. We just want to make sure that those centipedes are moving a little bit slower than they normally are. And if we can knock out a few of the smaller ones while we're there, you know, let's let off those 5. Yeah, we got a little damage on some of those centipedes. A little on the war queens. Not as much as I would like, quite honestly. But it kind of is what it is. The other thing we should be doing... Julie doesn't have invisible as a problem. Yeah. Normally, I'd send out the vampire with Berserk Pulse to Berserk Pulse this situation. The problem is Julie doesn't have invisible, so if she gets close enough to pop it off, she's just going to get gunned down by a whole fucking mess of mechs. So, can't really, in good conscience, send her out there. We'd be sending her to her doom, essentially, so... we're going to have to hope that they just come in at good spots. We might actually have to burn some of our super weapons on this. I know when we had when we had human raids preparing, we went out and actually got in their face before they got in our face. Mechs are a little bit of a different story. Same thing with the Scythers. We came out and dealt with them. This many centipedes, if we misstep even a little bit, we just get blasted in the face with an excessive amount of firepower. And I would prefer to not play things that risky. Put all of them on hold fire again. This time we got 6 coming in. Very nice, very nice. I think we got a couple of the smaller mechs killed. Miltor, okay. We got a little bit of damage off on a few of them. 67 on that centipede. Like I said, it's not important that we actually kill centipedes. Like, they're tanky as fuck, so we'll be lucky if we get like 10-20% on them. Some of them we already got down below that, like I think 1, but we might have just gotten lucky on that. Need to snag some more barrels. Got to make that a priority soon. I'm not sure we'll get an opportunity to pop off another shot. We're going to try. They might begin their assault before we all get loaded here. I think we'll probably let the 5 load because this one had to be repaired, so it's considerably further behind. Well, fuck it. Let's let them all get to their good point. Yeah, okay. So cancel orders. Everybody's inside. We've got plenty of rice out in the field. I think everybody is reasonably okay with stuff. Some people are not so happy because we didn't have combat too long ago in Rimworld days. Randy's been active. I'm gonna give him that. He's been kind of active lately. It's nice to have a little excitement, but I kind of hoped for, you know, just a little bit of time to clean up and get myself back into the swing of things for the day. But hey, that's what coffee's for, right? So let's see where these guys spread out to. This is going to be a long fight. This is going to be a long fight. We're probably going to have to take some breaks in between. I kind of need them scheduled. No, inside. Hang on. We're going to make a few adjustments. Oh, I said I'd make the, like, crazy meals. Oh my god. No, I can't. We're gonna add raw mushrooms to this because we need to make sure we have meals and they're stuck inside. So we're gonna do that on each of these bits. And then the other ones, these ones, we're not going to allow fungus in the pemmican. We're just going to allow it in the regular meals. So they'll keep meals going. Our people will probably tuck into the pemmican during this process, but I think, okay, let's tell them not to eat pemmican. Take that off the list for now. And where do we want to take the first couple of them? I like this nook down here. I think we can get in, like, kind of right off the bat, like, smash a couple of Scythers' faces. They're still in this backyard. That's not, like, hooked up proper yet. We got another scyther coming around, so we can definitely do a number on the scyther when it crosses. But as soon as those centipedes get into range, we got to go in. Everybody fire quickly, and then in. Because that Lancer outranges us too, so... Well, the centipedes don't outrange us, but... Mila took a hit. What'd you take a hit from, Mila? Oh, that's from the last fight. There's a scyther on that side. Might be able to pop out and deal with him. Low-hanging fruit right off the bat. It's going to take some time for the centipedes to, Actually, what do we got? We got a Lancer coming around down there. Let's try and meet him a little bit closer to the bottom here. I think we could pop out, get a piece of him. Everybody else is spread out a lot. Oh, but they're coming in up here. We're gonna have to do some work on this end. Is what's gonna have to happen. Shit. This is bad. This is real bad. Go over to this side. I think we might be able to pull some shenanigans on this side. At least they attack at weird diagonal bits. Thanks, Dead Meat. Very helpful timing. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I know we're getting raided by mechs, but what I would love to do is go out and converse with the local wildlife. Maybe I could get one of them to join our fantastic cause. Good morning, Captain Cloud. How are you doing? I'm all right. Cheers to you, PB. We're getting raided by mechs again. And our people still haven't completely healed up from the last debacle, so we're going to see how this goes. That blaster range is a little big, I gotta say. God, there are just too many centipedes. This is the kind of raid that ends you. This is definitely the kind of raid that ends you. You got to be careful on this one. Problem is they're fucking everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. There is no like good spot to take one. And then we've got like a pretty damaged wall. This is exactly, so I've talked a couple of times about how I messed with this playthrough off camera just to see if I could even start it, and I was like, I got pretty far actually. Maybe I should actually do this. This is the exact type of raid that ended that, because there were just too many centipedes. They started getting into the core base. So we're gonna have to do some work here. It's gonna be I might actually just pop off a low shield pack. Like, we still have the buffs up from the previous raid. I'm honestly not sure how to deal with this right now. I mean, I think waiting is like the best move because they need to spread out. Like, we can't handle these two while this one is coming this way. They're rotating in such an obnoxious fashion that it's not easy to handle this situation. Oh, okay. We got a nice situation lining up here. Let's get Julie to the front of the line. And let's temporary hold that. Oh, did I leave a door held over here somewhere? I could have left a door held. Not much we can do about it at the moment. This guy's coming around the corner. We got a Lancer there, so what we're talking is like one of these, and Julie just going and getting at it. Oh, they can walk right in there. Did Julie get shot? Oh, she got bruised. Right. That's perfectly all right. Medical treatment needed on the prisoners. You know what? The prisoners, they're that one almost got a bead on us, and they can get in here. Ooh, it's actually tempting to use that as a kill box almost. I know we're not using KILLBOX, but they're gonna come in there one at a time. If we get in there and snag ourselves one of our EMPs, I think we only have one, but if we snag an EMP, we might be able to use this particular wall breach to our advantage. This is why I wanted a buffer here. Could you imagine if this had happened to this wall and they were in here? Oof, not good. Yeah, we are going to have to micro some major repairs. That being said, how can we use this to our actual advantage? I think we would have to get our vampires in place. Actually, we could have you coagulate Julie. I made a garden in Minecraft called the Great Garden of Biomes. I have collected the main biomes and their flower, and I put them into a big garden. Oh, that's awesome! In creative on the server, what was the jam? Okay. The way I feel like we could best abuse this, and I say abuse with like, we could close that door. We could just close that door. That would get us security from this situation, but I'm kind of feeling not necessarily abused, but like I think we can use this break to our advantage. Hey, creative, I have FPS, so I can build. Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I want to say this one is the trigger happy one. Who's the trigger happy one? Psychopath trigger happy jogger. I would like you to run back and equip the EMP grenades. Am I gonna make this a good standing point? I don't know. I don't know if I want to make this a good standing point. This could be a very large mistake. They're not in down there, so we can duck down there. Dude is going to grab EMPs, and we're positioning our melee blockers on either side to lock them up. Alright, let's give this a shot. No, 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 no. Let's not give this a shot. There are too many centipedes coming in way too quick. Let's do this instead. Yeah, I think we keep dead meat as is. I would really like to use some of Julie's abilities here, but... Stretch. Alright, Mr. Crow, thank you. Oh, pop. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. How are we gonna fuck with this? Like, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. This is too many. I mean, it's not too many, but it's too many. Them smack on each other a little bit. I mean, didn't do too much, but it did get us a little damage on one of them, I suppose. We might have to try and take two at once here. Okay, so... I need Julie to go at this guy. I need Sweetney to go at this guy. And I need everybody else to kind of line up like... That's a hard one. Weird angle. Alright, now we got to keep an eye on our heroes. Because we need you to jump into range, if at all possible. Okay, Sweetney got that sorted real quick. Well, Sweetney didn't, but our team is a lot of firepower. Stop people from shooting each other in the head. Alright, now that that pulled a few around that direction, maybe we can pull the same shenanigans somewhere else. I'm pretty sure they can get in here without any problems. Oh, no, no. Go Frenzy on hard name.
Again, I feel like I held a door somewhere, but I don't think I did. Our biggest risk in anything in here is the fact that our people can accidentally shoot you. Friendly fire is a thing. Oh, come in here. Oh, you coward of a centipede. They are beating the piss out of our base. Maybe we can make another play down here. This seems to be our best combat location. Distance on the blaster. Alright, so... we got a little work in. Didn't quite kill them, but... This is going to be just a long... Of course I do, PB. Always want to hear cool stuff. In music class today, our teacher asked the class who is our favorite band. After that, she asked my classmate one by one, and like I said, it's Shizabi. The teacher asked, who are they? He said they were a band, but they don't make music anymore, sadly, but one of the members, Nether, makes amazing YouTube videos. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for telling me about that. This is the problem with having so many people. Where are you going? Get back in there, mule. Although you might have baited the, who's a what's. You know what? Let's bait them a little bit. Mule, you're bait. You've been upgraded to bait, mule. Now, most of them should stop aggroing as soon as they, God, this is going to be some friggin' repair bill, let me tell you. Alright, everybody who is not a vampire... And then the vampires. And that's the game we're going to try and keep playing with these centipedes. I've met like 7 people in the past year in Hungary that knew your band. Every time someone knew Shizabi, I was excited to tell you. That's awesome. Yeah, that's pretty amazing to me that that many people around the world have actually heard of us. Alright, they're losing interest, which is the perfect time to run this gag again. We had a blaster go off. That's not good, but it's not the worst thing to have happened to us. Sweetney is out of Hemogen, so we might have to go back in for a bit. Yeah, we're going to have to go inside for a minute and get ourselves sorted. We're going to let... Okay. Let's get everybody inside. They are in the backyard, so that's a problem. Luckily, there's a bunch of random garbage in there they can fuck with, but they might eventually catch on to our walls. Jen is moving slow. Jen might have to stay in base. Why are you... Oh. Alcohol addiction, right leg, consciousness. Consciousness is affected by alcohol with addiction. Oh, no, 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 no. They are on the main walls, guys. So this is a problem. Again, this is pretty much exactly... It's pretty much exactly how my last colony died that I was trying this on. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to actually put in some ballsy moves here. Alright, we got a lot in our backyard, so... Who has a pack? It is time to do some work. I need Zed to go there. Oh wait. No Jen. Jen has got to go back and sort herself out, so... Now, I usually wouldn't go for this configuration. Oh my god, actually, let's let Zed... No, no, we gotta trust in the heart of the cards here. Got 15 seconds to put in a little bit more work here. and shield pack burns out as we go in. Okay. Wanted to come by and chat a little bit. How's Randy treating you today? Randy hit us with a pretty large centipede mech raid right off the bat. So far he's been a dick. I'm honestly a little less worried now that we just blew that low shield and got 2 of them dead and 1 of them nicely damaged. That wall is going to be a problem. Prisoner's gonna escape. Alright, he's not moving fast enough. That's not gonna happen. They are pathing to Jen. We really actually just have to go to town here. How are we gonna pull this the fuck off? 47, 17, 77. Alright, so we gotta kind of get like that, but we need Julie and Sweetney, like, on these fuckers. This is gonna go poorly. Alright, who else has a low shield? Because this is going badly. Let's pop your marksman. I think Coots has a low shield, so let's get that going, and let's get you over there, and you in here somewhere. Now, you know what? I don't care about the prisoner. You're gonna have to jump out. Julie is gonna have to jump in. Alright. See, we don't actually have a choice on this whole thing. This is not a choice anymore. This is hard. No. Missing blocks. Do we have any blocks? Yeah, no, we don't. We don't have blocks. Do we? Oh, we could do wood. Hang on a second. And Julie. Do we still have a low shield? No, we do not still have a low shield. Okay. We are burning weapons left and right doing this. Yes, please come and beat Randy up. God, I wish I had more coffee. The storyteller, Randy. We should put like another wall system like right here. like, ugh. Yeah, we need to segment up the base a little bit more. Gonna pull people off of steel and put them right back onto, well, I think we're just gonna have to prioritize crafting a little bit over everything else. Maybe shut down a couple of the benches, because we need, I mean, that's provided, of course, that we can live through this nonsense. This is a blaster. They technically don't outrange us, but just by like just by a hair, basically. We're gonna have Julie try to fix that, so we gotta kind of cover her. I would hate to have to use more. Julie is still building the wall. Oh, we do still have a low shield. Where is that low shield centered around? 7 seconds. The War Queen. How is the War Queen? Okay, and how close are you? And how can you... This thing doesn't tell its weapon. Excellent. Okay, so now that thing is firing at us. Our low shield pop is about to just die, right? 1.7 seconds. So we either blow another low shield, which we've taken so long to collect these, it feels very much like a shame to have to blow a low shield. Where is Julie? No. Construct the wall, then consume hemogen. You guys all run. Real quick run. Master Guy took a little bit of a hit, but is not dying. Jammer has conditions that need tending. Sweetney is mostly at full. So Jammer, and then where is Master Guy? Right there. Okay, and now you... I want you to consume a hemogen pack, because I need my vampires to be able to jump. Alright, we've thinned the herd a lot, which is good. We needed to make sure to protect our backyard here. They were bashing on the main walls, so that was, that was a little scary. So let's see what we can get done. We've got a single dude over here. We gotta not forget, we're in full combat mode here, right? We're gonna have Julie hang back and do a little bit of repairs. Actually, Julie's not set on inside. We need to draft Julie and have her do those repairs. What do we got coming up the pipeline here? Almost full health. We need to make a play though. Ooh, Baldwin's having a little bit of a rough time too, so we're gonna get out here like that. Oh no, we're not. Sweetney is not up up in the ready zone. Fuck. Our opportunity will be missed here. kind of better off just going after the one in the backyard. I think that guy's attacking at a diagonal. We've got a scyther and a centipede coming up from there. Yeah, let's just try and get at the guy in the backyard. If we can. I don't think he's coming out, though. Not coming to play. We got somebody else swapping in, though. Anybody wandering into the backyard? We got a team of 2 wandering into the backyard. Ooh, Scyther's on its own. We'll keep Julie inside for now to do repairs. But we're gonna have to gradually... See, we keep getting this little, like, swap. Some of them are going into the backyard, some of them are coming out of the backyard. Now, what do we got down here? That's a Lancer. Lancer's an easy target, but we got a centipede coming around that corner. I think we go down a bit here. Pop for the Lancer. Now I'm actually here for a bit. Well, welcome here. We're still dealing with the raid that came in right off the bat. So, you know, an hour later. Alright, so that tapped that guy out. I'm not even sure how to deal with this at the moment. I think we gotta send our people home. Just for a minute. Like... Alright, golden retriever got shot. Our animals are getting shot. Yeah, our prisoner that was about to be on our team, literally one conversation away from being on our team, just died because he decided to escape while there was a mech just in our backyard ready to shoot him in the face. Smart guy. Totally smart guy. See, we had to take a break because everybody needed a beer. Everybody needed a beer, maybe some food. They're killing our dogs, guys. They're killing our dogs. And there goes a wall, so we don't have a choice to fight anymore. Julie's gonna go punch that centipede in the face, and Sweetney's gonna go punch that centipede in the face. But Bob, you're a builder. And that might be Slate, but I need Bob. Bob, I need you to get that done while everybody else... Conditions. Need healthing. Probably all from the assault rifle friendly fire. Yep. So I'm going to need you guys to coagulate each other. You can't coagulate. Okay. And is Bob done with the repair? I am good. I'm building in Minecraft. Dead naming Mr. Polar Bear. Mr. Polar Bear told me the reason he's doing that is because he lost a bet, so he just hasn't gone back yet. Babo. Actually, everybody, let's get you all inside. We're just going to draft and undraft people as necessary. That's great, Mila. That's great. We are going to have to micro the shit out of... Somebody got tapped through the door closing. Was it Sweetney? I don't even know. But Sweetney can't coagulate themselves. So as soon as Julie gets a little hemogen in her... I am thinking about Oh, yeah. I'm good, I think. Randy has been kicking my butt a little bit here, so let's coagulate the sweet. And this might be the best opportunity we have to take the War Queen. No immediate danger. Alright, well, no immediate danger means no immediate danger. So, let's get all of you here. And let's get the vampires running down the War Queen. Okay. That could have been very bad. I think it was only a little bad. Charge blaster. Gunshot charge blaster. Sweetney's got full hemogen. So let's hit Bolaft and then let's hit... Where is Baldwin? Oh, there. So Sweetney's coagulating there, and then coagulating there. I hope he managed to kick his butt back. Me too. Me too. I mean, we've been taking breaks at the 2 and 6 hour mark, and I feel like this very first raid is almost going to take us all the way through to the 2 hour mark. I'm like, log on, shoot some centipedes, go to the bathroom. I mean, this isn't necessarily the worst way to deal with this. Someone comes in our backyard, we pop out and kill them. They're not in our backyard, we just hang out and heal. I mean, it sucks that we've got pieces of wooden wall now, but, you know, it is what it is. I want to learn how to French braid. I've been wanting to braid my hair for so long. You know, I'm really good at regular braiding, but not French braiding. I used to do braided necklace work. Muffalo 3 has started to roam away. That's fine. I think the animals need to come inside. You know, we risk them drinking the beer, but... Tortoise self-tamed. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Ooh, I didn't even realize, that's right, we had a force zone set up for, that. We're gonna force zone the turtle. If you can get here, buddy, let's get you here. So we seem to have a target coming into the backyard. Slow moving target, 20%. Might not even need too much to get this thing sorted. Although we got a speedy boy coming in, it looks like behind him. Yeah, 2 targets coming in. One hot, one lukewarm. I think we might jump these boys. This is drawing the strays in, but I don't even know that... I'm like over here not even sure if this is gonna... Alright, let's kind of reposition everybody a little bit more. Who's got infection? Raven does. Okay, so Raven has an infection, which is not cool. So Raven, Angel Voice. No, we can't preach health to Raven. Raven, let's put them on the good meds. Let's send them to rest until healed. And we'll let Zed go back and work on them. Alright, so we got Dudeski incoming. We're trying to bait them without, like... without getting ourselves killed. He outranges us, technically, and has a shield. So, see how... he's, like, basically got a sniper mount on his back. So we need to get our people inside. Yeah, Sweetney keeps taking hits. Zed, where is Zed? Zed, I need you to tend to Raven immediately. Because now we've got to manage a disease while we manage combat. Sweetney took some taps, but I don't think actually... yeah, didn't even... see, that is the power of the marine helmets on your pawns right there. He would have been dead. That would have been a headshot, and he'd be fucking dead. So that centipede is coming in hot as well. What we're going to do... we're going to get a little bit better position on this whole thing, right? Same game. We're going to line up like that. But we're going to send the vampires after our guy here. Why can you only jump that way? Julie, where are you going? Actually, let's get you on that guy. And now that Julie has decided to join us, we'll get her on this guy. Actually. Alright, Sweetney's up there. How's your health doing, Sweetney? You need a little, situation. So let's get you and Julie back here. And that's everybody who's not you. Let's go in here. Go, 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 go. You two can go in here. And Julie can coagulate. See, this is the power of vampires. They keep your team up. As long as we have the time to go back and grab them a little bit of hemogen from time to time, we can keep playing this game where we jump them in. It works better when you have enough time to let their shield banks repopulate. Like Julie's got a 187 on her belt. She's also got some psi focus that we could make good use of. Personally, I think we might actually save it for Word of Joy. We've already Berserk pulsed a little bit. How is Raven doing? Raven is doing okay. Infection, 5.9. Alright. I'm going to clear the orders I gave you, but you're probably still going to stay in bed. Okay, those guys are moving. I don't see too much left. We got 2 over here. We got the War Queen and 2 over here. And we got 1 over here. I mean, an absolutely obscene repair bill. In fact, before we even finish the fight, I'm going to queue up to move this stuff over here. Because no amount of steel is going to mean a damn thing if we can't repair the walls. So, I don't think we're going to lose this fight. Maybe that's cocky of me, but I think I'm doing okay. And if we don't put in too many big risks, we should be good. Let's go and deal with Mr. Solo Artist over there. And actually, let's have Sweetney coagulate Baldwin again. Alright. Alright, they killed our tortoise. Thank you. That means I don't have to do it. Alright, he's just about in range. I think we go down here and we actually pop him, like... Okay, so, like... I legit want these guys out front of the problem right off the bat. So let's get them moving first. And then... let's get everybody right here. That is how I like to do it. The closer you can get your firing squad, the less likely they are to hit your melee blockers. So, you know, helpful things. Helpful things. And it looks like we've just got this, like, little clusterfuck of douchebags to deal with. Let's see if we can bait them into the backyard a little bit. I mean, we've probably got some people who are... yeah, we've got exhausted people, and we've got... yeah, we've got people who are absolutely exhausted. We should probably go through and check who... oof. I just need you guys to hold it together a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. We are just about there, everybody. People took some damage. I don't like that. Oh. Stretch. Thank you, Mr. Polar Bear. Your rain finally came to us. Oh, the storm from the other day?
Yeah.
Shit was crazy. Ugh. Alright, I heard the pack bust, so we're gonna swap melee blockers. Nope, don't quite have to. Now this centipede coming in here, this bastard. Let's keep an eye on his shooting range. Now the problem is Julie's gonna jump and be within range, but I think I can time this just right. Perfect. What do we have left? Is it just this War Queen and this Centipede over here? Just this War Queen and this Centipede. I'm gonna let everybody literally go inside for a minute here. I kind of need people to do things. Yeah, Stallion has started to roam away. We'll deal with that. There's a lot of things we got to deal with here. Barbara has collapsed due to extreme exhaustion. Sweetney. We'll have Killer grab Barb. Why can't we rescue Barbara? Why can't we rescue Barbara? I don't understand. Is inside not set there? No, inside is set there. Oh, she's sleeping. She's not down. She's just sleeping on the floor and going to be upset that she has a bad back. I understand. I totally do. I think Sweetney might have gotten the gear shot clean off his back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sweetney had the gear shot clean off of him. So we're going to have to give him some gear back. And are you... 3 conditions need tending. Julie is okay. So Julie is consuming hemogen. That's good. Gonna need you to do a few things for me, Julie. Luckily they're in a part of the base that's not insane. I can't believe we spent this long dealing with this problem. After your beer, please go coagulate Barbara. I know she's asleep, but she'll appreciate it when she wakes up, trust me. And this is why you need a backlog of hemogen, because during a long fight like this, your vampires are key. Okay, so there's a War Queen over here and 2 centipedes. I think I'm going to let my people sleep a little bit. Like, everybody is exhausted. Like, Barbara's passing out. Like, we can't have people passing out in the middle of battle. So, really, you're playing billiards? You have stuff on. That's awesome. You did what I asked you to do. That is so awesome, Sweetie. Although, these were your pants. Oh, you know what? I'd prefer you in those pants, actually. Sorry, bud. After your billiards, go grab that up. Alright, those centipedes are in our backyard. Where is Julie? Alright, Julie's going to smack the centipede. And there's the other centipede. So, why don't we jump Julie? And then pull everybody else back a little bit. Just kind of like, yeah. Alright, might have took a couple of hits there, but I think that's the last two centipedes sorted. How do you all feel about dealing with the War Queen so we can actually be done with this raid? I need to be done. Sleep is overrated. The sleepy ones are just the front row, right? Well, Barbara's laying down on the job over here. All right, we gotta try and push down here because the War Queen just keeps rotating. God, are we even gonna catch her on this side? Legitimately, like the southmost exit of the of this area on the left. All right, where is Julie? Julie, you need to catch up. Like you are pivotal to this whole operation, and you're lagging. Kogo is going berserk. I don't know who Kogo is. Oh, Kogo is you. Sweetney, can you handle that real quick? Just maybe like shoot him in the face. I think we might have legitimately finished this raid. I'm going to go. Have an amazing day and good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Me 48. Sleep is overrated. Did I call you J-Bomb earlier? J-Bomb and you have the same color name, and we've already established that if people have the same color name, I will assume they're the same person. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think we sorted that mech raid. Randy has been pretty active the last little bit here in the game. We got hit by a enemy raid, mech cluster, enemy raid, enemy raid, enemy raid. Like, I'm not really sure what just happened. I do feel like we need to kind of micro some repairs once our people get themselves sorted. Like,
everybody is taking a little bit of damage on that. The fact that we don't have any deaths or major problems at the moment is kind of surprising to me. Sorry, Sweetie, I didn't mean to do that to you. But we owe it a lot to our vampires here. Like, every time I see a blood icon pop up, I'm like, vampire, coagulate. Because we've been stockpiling hemogen like crazy people, right? Oh, Kogo has died? Is that because, well, you know, you try. I guess I could put everybody back on the work schedule. What we should do is kind of limit their area a little bit, because I don't want them working on this outer bit here. Like... You know what? We could just zoom in over here. And be like... Like that. These, on the other hand, I want them to work on. We'll F that so they can get at that one. Wooden doors. Do we have wood in stock? We have wood in stock. I know you're recreation deprived, Julie, but I'm gonna actually have you work on the doors. Because most of this stuff, if we can get the doors back up, we can, oh, our stonecutters got annihilated. That's going to be extremely important to get back up. In fact, I might put another one in. Nah, 2 is good. 2 is good. Killer is sleeping, but unfortunately, Killer, your work is not done yet, sir. You're too good at all of the different things. I need you doing stuff. Okay. Our repair bill was kind of big before with the tribals hitting us, and it is now a lot bigger. I was trying to organically let our people do stuff, but we're going to suspend a bunch of stuff here, because I want the people who don't have anything like important to do to be cutting blocks. So we're going to suspend those. We are going to power toggle the smelter. And our animals, I mean, where is our horse? Okay, our horse is over there. Who is our handler? I know we've got a couple of people like kind of doing it. Coots. So let's unrestrict Coots. Coots seems to be in pretty good health, to be honest with you. Let's rope the horse. Where are the other muffalo? Alright, Coots. Then I want you to rope the muffalo, rope the muffalo, rope the muffalo. Julie, let's have you construct that wooden door, because that's keeping us from... Alright, Coots is on the mission to rope the animals. He'll probably put them on the caravan hitching spot, because technically, up until Julie just built that door, we didn't have a place for them with a pen.
We will gradually... You know what? I'm going to let them build this stuff. Because the tiles are already here. I'm kind of running Julie a little bit ragged, but Julie's good at everything that we need to get done and is really good with mood. Plus, she gets around real quick because of the buildings we've attached to her and the fact that she was one of the first people to get bionic. Well, no, she doesn't have a bionic leg, but she moves quick. She moves quick. We got some quick movers. Julie and Killer, they're quick with the movement. Okay, let's... We are going to cut any block. Do forever. And we need to micro someone cutting some trees. We've got some wood demands as far as exterior doors. Would love to be building them out of steel or even plasteel, but at the moment it's like, you know, we've been trying to catch up to steel the entire game. It's been a thing. We do need to start canceling some of the marble wall action. If there is any left, we're gradually replacing marble wall with all of the slate, as we were doing yesterday. So, kind of got to check where things are. Like, if that's still marble, we got to swap it out for that. I mean, we'll know for sure when they start repairing the wall, because pieces won't be going up. We'll be, why is that piece not going up? Well, it's still marble. You know? And we'll get out all those little bits and pieces in there. We don't have sandstone anymore. We used what we had to patchwork together a wall when we first built this wall. So that's why it looks the way it looks. It's not an intentional thing. It was just, this was the stuff that was available and we need to get a wall up. So that's how we did it. We've been focusing on bringing slate out because it's got the highest durability of stuff we have. Not by have access to. Not by much, but by enough that it's worth doing. It's also why we've tripled the walls up. When we've got double walls, I would be fine going double walls if we were on a granite map. Are we not removing organs from these people? I mean, that's what they were there for. Now, a lot of our lights got smashed, and I didn't put them in the home zone. Oh no, meerkat, surgery failed. Whatever will we do? What is wrong with this? We need wood. Okay, we're working on the wood front down there. I mean, all things considered, guys, like, considering how many threats we've had pretty much back to back, so like between yesterday, yeah, yesterday was just insane. Going back lurking, but go to the last 2 milestone. Fuck yeah. I want to put some time into Satis. Like I said yesterday, I'm gonna be focusing on Rimworld this week because that's fine. You never know with Ludion when they're gonna release, so I want to make sure
I want to make sure that I've got this playthrough wrapped up before the new DLC comes out, because I would be sad to give up this playthrough because it's going really well. But I will start a new playthrough the moment that the DLC comes out. I'll be one of those people who's like right there the moment it comes out and be like, all right, we got it. Meerkat has died. But thank you guys all for sticking in there with me. Sandstone is not a thing over here. So as our enemies are destroying our outer walls, we are gradually replacing them with different materials. I don't think this is ever actually going to stop. I think we're going to be low food. I don't think so. There's rice. They're cooking meals. Don't mess with me, game. Now, this is not super efficient use of time, but I do have the game running. It's not paused. They're taking care of their day-to-day activities right now. They're healing up, and they're like when we were going after this geothermal, we had marble. That's what we had. So we built in marble. Just because we built in marble doesn't mean we did it because we wanted to. It means we did it because that's what was available when we were working on that project. Yeah, I definitely want to get more Satisfactory going. Again, I miss playing that game. The other day I hopped on and I just did some stuff off camera like I used to do a lot of. Marriage is on. Good. Can always use a good marriage buff. All of that is slate, I believe. Yeah. Some of this is marble. Yep. So we're letting them do their day-to-day activities. Cooking, eating, recreating, getting themselves sorted back out. We also have them set to butcher corpses and cut bricks. That's our main thing at the moment. I think I set them all back to the work schedule, right? Ooh, Coots needs to be back on work schedule. Marble, slate. Yeah. This is one of the reasons that, like, sometimes early on I try to make sure I build only out of one material, but usually I'm in the position where it's like we kind of gotta build out of whatever we can build out of. Baldwin started a fight with Mule. Why? Mule compared Baldwin to an ostrich. This drove Baldwin into a rage, and she began to fight. An ostrich is an elegant and wonderful animal. Could you all stop being jackasses, please? Julie, do me a favor and arrest Mule. And now, put Mule down. Mule... release. Then Julie, let's release Mule. Then Mule's going to be in a bad mood. But we're just going to have you equip your assault rifle. And now nobody is fighting anymore. And everybody is attending a marriage ceremony? That's phenomenal. Oh, you guys make me so happy when you're happy. Because it makes my life easier.
All right, I feel like we've adjusted what needs to be adjusted around the base. They're having a marriage ceremony, and that raid is done. Although now, all of this meat spoiled. All of this meat. We were going to be cleaning this up. That's why it's cleanup time. And now we're not going to. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't need a bunch of rotten corpses. And as much as I need steel, I'm not trying to spend all the time melting all this stuff down. Maybe when we get there. Maybe we'll get a combat supplier on map and I could just zone it and pawn off all the garbage on them super quick. But we are going to have to keep focus on cutting blocks to repair walls. I'm sure our crafters will smash up all of these mechs for some materials, which should help with a few things. We microed our planter to go and chop some trees so we could rebuild some of the doors, because we're not at the first college party this Saturday. Awesome! That sounds like a great time. I've been to some college parties, even though I've never really... Well, I guess I went to 1 year of college, but it was community college, and it's basically like high school plus, if you think about it that way. Aurora? That'll make everybody a little happier. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're enclosed in a proper pen. Let's give Sweetney the old purple. I bet I was a lot of fun. I was a lot of drunk. I definitely know that bit. I haven't been a heavy drinker in a very long time, but when I was still going to parties, I definitely went hard with the drinking. Please tell me Doctor Who is cutting blocks. Excellent. Hate the sparkly stuff. Masterwork duster, that's good with me. Alright, I'm going to cancel the chop orders. They could chop as they see fit at this point. We've got enough wood hanging about. We did our parties real close to the end yesterday. We've got 14 out of 20 reform points, which there's not really much in the way of changes I want to make to our base at the moment. So, you know what? I'm gonna make those out of wood. Because we don't have a lot of steel at the moment. Although we are going to be melting down quite a few mechs. And I guess we still have a couple of fresh corpses. Let me make sure our stuff is in the home zone here proper. Not all, no, I did a good job keeping up the home zone. We're good, we're good. Julie's moving that. That's good. Yeah, we got to stay on top of blocks here. Julie, in fact, after you've done that, can you prioritize working on that bad boy? Tree linking. Master Gee was next. Was in process. 2, 4. You have Word of Serenity. That's phenomenal. I think Julie is part of that party, and I have her working on something. So, I'm actually going to take Julie off the list. Julie, you can do other things, like the stuff I told you to do. Julie, Master Gee, Archie, Love. I thought you guys had... Really? Low food. I'm not a big fan of this whole low food thing going on here. I think we just got kind of a situation where everybody's been in combat so long. 67% grown. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna do that. No, we don't need to do that. Let me not do that. Let me not do that. That's a good idea. Posture check, stretch, and hydrate. Thank you, sir. We will do that. Oh, big stretch. Oh, okay. Little no sugar lemonade, because that's as good as water, right? Okay. I do think I am going to take that first restroom break of the day, guys. We got a lot of cleanup to do. It's almost as if Randy heard me say, like, oh, we've just got a little bit more progress and we can start working on the ship. And he decided, fuck you. Let's send action. But either way, thank you for the trifecta there, Killer. I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music, so if you guys enjoy the Be Right Back screen, starting screen, or my time lapses, go check out Bobby. He does the vast majority of music for my channel. So thank you guys. I'll see you in a second, and we'll get some more work done.
Okay, let's get back to it. And by it, I mean cleaning up from multiple raids. Thank you all for hanging out. We decided to make this week mostly about Rimworld because, well, with the DLC being announced, we want to try and wrap up this playthrough. We're in a pretty good spot. We've even got some... I think we have Bionic Leg laying about somewhere. We've got some organs to trade, so we'll probably send Mule out here soon. If anybody wants to name any of the pawns that are left, we have these 6. Mule was never intended to be a permanent part of the colony, but has been gradually getting better at shooting from all this raid stuff, so... They are the person we send out to do runs because we don't really care about them, but given that their construction's getting to a 6, their shooting's at a 6, and their social and intellectuals at 7 and 5. In fact, we could probably make Mule a production specialist to help with their building, but I don't think we need to do that. So anyway, we're gonna continue to do the things. We're gonna try and get repaired. I would love to make forward progress, but when you have this many raids happening at once, we had a breach raid yesterday. We had a mech cluster yesterday. We had a large, multi-pronged tribal attack. We had a siege. And then today, we already had a large mech assault. So yeah, it's been active on the rim for a little while now. You know, I'd love to see some Sleepy Randy for a little while if we could. That would be fantastic. I mean, we had Sleepy Randy for quite a while, but I could use a little breather after all that stuff. Alright, we no longer have a male Labrador, but both of our females are pregnant, so fingers crossed that we don't get completely hosed on numbers, and we get ourselves a male puppy, so that we can continue growing our dog hauling squad. I was going to say army, but they're not going to get into combat. They're going to haul. Oh, that's a power focus chip. Can we get that inside, guys? Not that we need the power focus chip, but we might be able to sell that. Right, we were backfilling nonsense. There's a theoretical argument for toxifier generators in case of emergency, so I guess I'll research it. We kept the research bench around for the sheer fact that if we get tech prints for stuff that we really like, we might want to apply it, and I don't want to have to rebuild it, like cataphract armor or aesthetic shaping. Now let's go in and kill the raw mushrooms on this stuff. And we didn't put it on the pemmican. That's right. And I think we will create our emergency recipes, so this is easier to do. So firstly, we're going to copy this and paste that. And we're going to suspend that. And this is going to be exactly the same, but we're going to tell them they can use everything. Then we're going to copy this, paste that, suspend it. We're going to put it back up here.
And let's go to details and tell it to use everything including mushrooms. That way, when we run into needing to bring mushrooms online again, we just do those. Instead of having to, and now I guess let's add them to this table. I keep forgetting that we have multiple tables doing multiple things. It even adds suspended, so that's awesome. So we bring this up to there. And then we do the single one. Oop. Now we're not changing the upper two, because the upper two are set to cook carnivore meals, basically. The idea being that we cook the things that are gonna last the least, we cook them first. Then we cook the simple meals. Then if we have plenty of simple meals and we've cooked up all the meat we could into meat meals, if there's any meat left, they'll mix it with veggies to get us pemmican. I'm gonna bring this back online, actually. We could smelt a few things. What is with the walls? Alright, Mule is bringing that stuff. So we're just in a cutting blocks situation. Alright, King Frodo's got inspired creativity. The secret silicone. You've learned of an ancient terminal that contains... However, there was... Okay, that is one we could do. See, this one... I don't like this one. Exactly 14 colonists. Right, well, that's about half of our colony, so... I don't particularly want to do that unless we get more people, which kind of got... We were working on someone that was decent. We got 15 days till our festivals, and I'm really not trying to take enough people. Like, we've got 32 people. 14 is just shy of half of our people. And then if we send any of our good people, then our good people aren't here in case there's a raid while it happens. So it's a big roll of the dice just for, like, 1/5 of the puzzle. The terminal one is not so big. You could send over a crew of like somewhere between 2 and 5, theoretically. I mean, if you've got invisibility on a good vampire, you'd send over a crew of 1. Just keep them invisible while they hack the terminal. As soon as it's hacked, just jump over everybody's head to get out of the room. Or like bash down a wall. Whole time keeping invisibility up. Anyway, it appears that we are getting some things done. Okay, we are rebuilding walls. That's exciting. Is all of this on slate? Yep. Put a line right up the electrical, and there's just slate. So we should have plenty of slate being it. Not really, Zed, no. I played like a cheesy board game version of D&D called Heroes Quest. And like when I was a kid. Let's do a shout out for Zed. It's been one of those things I would like to do, but every time I say I want to play D&D, someone's like, "You should be a DM." And I'm like, "No, I don't want to DM. I want to play." So, if I could find a group and everybody had a good schedule, I could conceivably get into it, but it's been one of those things that I never really prioritized. So, I guess it's like I'm interested enough in it that if it came reasonably easy, I'd be about it. I think eventually you might like DMing, but definitely after you've gotten into it. Yeah, I do so many things. Like I'm always the responsible one, you know. Like so, you know, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'd like to play before I consider whether I want to be the guy making things up. I know I tell some pretty wild stories, but I don't necessarily want to babysit people in general. It's like,
I mean, I know it's not babysitting. I'm being a little harsh, but I don't know. Sometimes I like to just lay back and be the player, you know? I think I'd go crazy as a DM, actually, just a little bit. Alright, let's see if we got any permanent damage from those fights. Julie still doesn't have a nose, but that's no surprise. Bite scar wasn't from that. It's been for a while. That was a while ago. And Barbara was next up for the bioregeneration cycle, which they're rebuilding the bioregeneration chamber right now, so that's old. Scratch scar on the right arm on Mila. We'll get her left leg bite scar. Yeah, I don't think we really sustained much of any permanent injury. I don't think we sustained any permanent injury from the last few fights. Most of it is old scars from, like, dealing with mega scarabs and wildlife and whatever. Yeah, we're doing okay. Now that we have these benches disabled down here, we're, I kind of want to, like, enable one of these to keep the beer flowing. Yeah, we'll unsuspend one of these benches to try and process some of the hops, because a lot of the barrels are going to be done in a second here. Not a second, but you know, soon enough. As the blocks are being added, it looks like people are actually going to do the work. Bob is shredding things up, which is helping other stuff. Killer's working on the bioregeneration chamber. I think... Is Mule, like, topped up as far as stuff goes? Building a slate wall. I kind of want him to keep building, but I think it might be time to take Mule out on a little journey. Oh, he's on top of walls, though. He's on top of walls. And not literally on top of walls. He's helping build the walls, which is kind of what I want done. I guess we could keep letting him help. It's not imperative that he go out right this second. I mean, I'd like to go and get a few things sorted. I can't see anything else on the research menu that I want to knock out, so we're turning off the research bench unless we get some tech prints we want. I would learn and make some jump packs. I'd learn and make some other bionic stuff. Like I said, flesh shaping for Julie. Jenna's getting some work done. I mean, all our people seem to be doing what they need to do, which is good. It means our priorities are set reasonably straight. Our miners are pulling up the chunks. Our crafters are cutting the chunks. Kind of. Scanned underground steel. I'm not even going to worry about it. We have access to plenty of steel. We'll let them repair that stuff first. As far as stuff out this far. Oh, I didn't actually replace those? Oof. Bad job, Nether. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was okay to take our people off of blocks. I was like, you know what? We've got enough blocks. We've got enough blocks. And sure enough,
blocks is what we're lacking at the moment. Our people are in this crazy harvesting grind at the moment. I guess we're making a decent amount of blocks, and our people are doing things with them. Hey, look at that. Even some of the marbles getting rebuilt. No, because you have 3 of it, so let's actually, like, you know, build a wall that's possible. Damn it. I'm not actually angry, I just felt like being cartoon angry. You're replenishing our supply of shooties into the explodey air. Those are words. I might actually want to up that a little bit. We got it set on 50. 50 should be good. We might up that. You know, I might have Bob try to make another shield belt. I'm going to put that on the list of things for Bob to make. I'd like to get a better shield belt for Julie and Sweetney. We've got a masterwork on... Well, I guess Julie's got a masterwork, but Sweetney's got an excellent. So we'll roll the dice. Hopefully we'll get a masterwork and upgrade Sweetney, or we'll get a legendary and upgrade Julie. Production specialists are handy that way, right? Okay, so they're bringing in those guys. People are rebuilding walls, including Julie. Sweetney could use to go for some death rest. Yeah, I think we give Sweetney some rest. Where do we have Sweetney? You're always in your bed when I want to death rest you. Good job, Sweetney. You're on top of it. Guys, if anybody wants to name pawns, we do have a point redemption for naming pawns. So, a lot of these pawns have been named. We've got these 6 left over here, one of which I call Mule, but Mule is kind of official. He's our trader, but I wasn't worried about him getting gone before. Now I'm like, actually, he's an alright pawn. He's gotten enough shooting experience that, like, I'm like, you know, we might could keep him around. He helps repair walls. He shoots things. He talks to people with a sweet voice, you know. A little neurotic, but we can put up with that. But I don't think we actually need him here for building. Oh, that's like the settings for the optimization mod, I think. I've got some... the reason I'm able to run a colony like this without it, like, completely blowing up my computer is that I run a few optimization mods as well as some visualization mods. Nothing that changes the way the game interacts and you know, all the mechanics and stuff like that, but as far as like being able to see stuff more at a glance so I don't have to be constantly looking in menus for it, you know, I'll take that. I call them old man mods, you know. The old man eyes just, they need a little break. Alright, there's Mule. And then who can carry full weight? Alright, Mr. President is going on this trip because our other Muffalo is pregnant or too young, so that's going to be that situation. We're going to get rid of all of the random stuff that we have here, as well as I think maybe like a little bit of the stuff we kind of want to keep as well. We don't have to keep a lot of all of this stuff, so the smoke leaf joints will definitely go a long way. I'd like to get more reinforced barrels in theory. We've got 7, should last us a while, but I'd like to get more before we go into endgame. A couple of organs to bring with us. We're low on beer, so we're going to let that be what it is. Frag grenades can go. We'll let them melt the steel club. Our worn garments can go. You know. I'm going to keep the ones that are kind of what we still like here. Now, that's a good little haul for him to send. Some textiles, some drugs, some other random things. We'll send... have this round number thing. So we have 436 cloth. I think 400 is enough for 10 things, something like that. if we were to do like dusters, or I think shirts, pants, and dusters are all 40, but I'm not even 100% sure. But nothing is 6. So 36 goes, we keep 400. I like round numbers. That's kind of what I did with all this stuff over here. That's my own personal hang-up. It has no real bearing on whether or not things are things. 3 meals is fine for this trip. You can bring herbal, you can bring that. We will give you the fungus, though. We really don't need that stuff at the moment. Honestly, that 40 rice... No, I'm not going to sell the 40 rice. We're not rolling joints at the moment, so I think we have them take the raw stuff to sell as well. We'll leave the chem fuel alone because we need it. And that seems like a good good haul for them to go out and trade. So let's see how that goes. And I'll get going faster in a few minutes here. I like that when I'm doing combat, which was basically almost the first 2 hours of this. I like to keep it slow. You know, move a little, pause, move a little, pause. Never putting it on like 2, 3, 4. Just like let's go. You know, like I like to take it a little bit more strategically. Now that we've got. Now that we've got our people chilling, I'm okay with pressing this 2 button here. But even that sometimes runs into problems. Like we saw yesterday, if I go faster than a 2, as soon as a social fight happens, there's no stopping it. Like on a 3 or a 4, and the 4 comes from Smart Speed, one of those mods that doesn't really change anything but changes things. We can go a little faster, which I don't even use. Could easily uninstall that one, honestly. 3 tends to be fast enough for me in general. The only time I might press it, like 3 or 4 in general, is when we're doing parties and I want to zip through them. But what I've learned is parties bring everybody together, including the people that hate each other, unless you micromanage and like make sure the list... Oh, we'll do a party for this group who all like each other, then a party for this group who all... So unless you're going to be alternating parties like that, which is a pain in the ass... there's probably going to be a social fight or 2 at the party. And you can do something about it if you're on a 1. Even if you're on a 2, as long as you're paying enough attention, you can usually do something. The second you hit that 3 or the Smart Speed 4, you run into a situation where before you can even react, they've already ripped each other's fingers off. Which is frustrating. And the thing I'm trying to avoid when I'm talking about all this stuff that I'm talking about right now. Alright, I mean, we've got at least one person. Oh, I don't think I put... Right, that's why nobody's working the second one, because I didn't have the bill on there. Alright. Now it's on there. So now we should have 2 people doing that. Mule's already loaded and almost there. That's what I mean, like, I play on a 2... maybe, you know, again, you know, old man eyes, so maybe just old man brain. Maybe 2 is just too fast for me nowadays. I can't keep up with all you youngsters. Just kidding. I think Bob is working on that shield belt. Just masterwork or better, Bob. Masterwork or better. Heat wave. Okay, I can deal with a heat wave. I can deal with a heat wave. We've got dusters to keep us cool, and we've got air conditioners in the main building. Maybe we could tap in a few vents, but I think this room's gonna get hot. This room's gonna get hot unless we do something about it. God, I don't want to do anything about it. Really don't. It's been a running theme of this this playthrough. Like, man, I gotta do something. I don't know about all this. Is everybody gathering for a wedding? That's kind of what it seems like. That's good. That's good. We'll have plenty of mood. How am I gonna deal with the heat in here? In here, we've got 3 ACs up and running. If I poke any more holes in here, I don't think that's going to be helpful. You know what? I could do a lot of things here. I could do a lot of things here. And I don't know if I really want to do any of them. Where is our roof situation? Then we could, oof. I don't know. I don't know. This room we really gotta deal with, right? So let's do that real quick. I mean, by real quick, I mean whenever they get done getting married in there, we'll, Okay. So, with any luck, we'll get the walls repaired and maybe get that geothermal up. You know, if we can. Did I miss the message for this guy getting the ginkgo? No. He's almost there though. Let's keep an eye on him. Cuz everybody else is doing what they're doing. Barbara's got inspired creativity. No surprise at all there. Barbara is very creative. Okay, so let's sell off all the random junk and bits that we brought with us. Should give us a reasonable amount of purchasing power from our friends here. It seems like they need organs in spades. Clothing they're willing to give us a few shekels for. They don't have a telescope, which we wanted to snag. We can snag gold. I would grab Phoenix armor, but it's not great with vampires because, you know, you give up a little bit of something. Hey, Sweetney is here. What's up? What's up? Let's snag their reinforced barrels. That's a good get right now. Medicine, we could take a little bit off theory. Yeah, we should take some more medicine. We've had some disease problems in this playthrough. Let's make sure we're fully stocked with the medicine. We could make medicine if we want some neutroamine. What's up, chicken butt? We spent the first hour and a half, Sweetney, fighting a big-ass mech raid that hit us right when we got on, so that was a thing. And now we're basically cleaning up the mess from that and the previous raids. We did that one so long that all of the corpse rotted from the raid that ended yesterday at the end of the stream, so it's been an interesting day. It's been a very interesting day so far. Hopefully we can get a little bit more work done before Randy decides to smack us around a bit again. What's important to get here? What's important to get? I mean, really nothing. I'm going to say the gold is probably the next most important thing to get. I'm not seeing anything that makes me jump up and be like, we have to get that. Like, we've sold most of this stuff that's here. It's stuff we sold to them. So I'm not seeing anything that we really need. We could start stockpiling Luciferium. 3 per colonist, so like if we could get like 120 Luciferium, we could be on Luciferium the entire ship launch. I've never done that before. Maybe that's something we should think about. We'd have to buy a lot. No. We'd have to buy so much. It really would be amazing. I don't know if we're going to encounter enough. I mean, here's 18 right here. They also can't like drug binge on Luciferium. We don't have enough to buy all of it. Should we start stockpiling it? I feel like there's more generalized things we could do. It's a little specific. But at the same time, I'm not seeing anything phenomenal over here. We've already got all the things we definitely want. So yeah, maybe we start stocking up on Luciferium. Even if we don't give it to everybody, maybe we'll use it on some people. Okay. New lovers, excellent. Nothing like a wedding to bring people together or make them go apart. Yeah, so
you need to take luciferium every 5 days for addiction, right? And ship launch is 15 days. So to be safe, maybe you get 4 pieces of luciferium per colonist. We've got 32 colonists, so 64, 128. We would need 128 luciferium to be like super fucking set to put everybody on luciferium for a ship launch, which would basically mean that everybody is just badass all of the time. And so I'm considering that. I've never done it before, and since we haven't had enough time to really like go ham on bionics just yet, I mean, we're doing a little bit of bionic work the last couple of days. We got a bionic leg that's going to go on somebody here in a few minutes after this marriage is over. Let's speed this up a little bit, actually. Because we still have a lot to get done, and it's really more or less like how much time we get from Randy. You know what I mean? Like, heat wave. Come on, guys. There is no roof there, so that's great. But what we do want to put there is a door. A wood door. Let's go slate. And we'll get Julie to build that door. Yeah, 107 degrees in there. We've got 3 in here, and it's at 89. So we're going to have to get at least one of these in here. And even then, we might have to have people not so hangouty in the workroom. You're sleeping. Right. Let's rope Mr. President. Let's not walk on the map and sleep. Let's rope the Muffalo back home and then sleep in our beds. I should have brought the horse. The horse is the whole thing we have. I don't even remember. Did we wind up getting another horse? Almost. Oh, that's when the raid happened, right? We were about to go out and tame a horse with somebody who had inspired taming. Randy is the dictator in this situation. Yeah, absolutely. I think we were about to go out and tame a horse, and we got this thing. Actually, while you're unrestricted, can we get you to come out here and, like, snag that after the fact? And there might be anything down here. No, all of that either rotted away or got destroyed by mortars. Okay. Okay, so we are gradually doing the things. We've got people cooking food. We've got people making wart. Most importantly, we have people cutting blocks for the repairs. Not as much as I would like at the moment, but we do have some of our team down for sleeping. We've got a heat wave going on. And now you can be on a normal schedule, mule, and just do the things you need to do. I just needed you to do a few things for me, sir. You were already out there.
Okay, I think our air conditioning is simple meal, incompetent cook. Yeah, okay. I mean, no matter how much you invest in your cooks not being incompetent, you will get food poisoning every once in a while. When we have them set to level 6, so sometimes somebody levels up and they're like still level 6 and doing stuff. I'm not sure where the drop off is. Everything in my memory of this game says, from watching Francis and Adam, is that you want level 6 and above cooks cooking for you. And then I'm pretty sure at that point it drops off significantly as far as chance of food poisoning. Those are the words I was looking for. Okay, so we got blocks being made. It appears that we have blocks being built. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, we're building down here right now. That's where we're building. We got an excellent shield belt out of it, so we'll roll it again eventually. Bob's working on marine armor, which is for Sweetney. We want to make sure that Sweetney and Julie are always in the toughest of the tough, because they are our melee blockers, so we need them bruiser status. Sweetney's doing killer even without the badass armor. I mean, that's not surprising because, you know, tough, nimble brawler, not getting hit, taking half damage, and, like, ready to dish out the smashy, so... Oh, shit, we're getting Devil Strand, man. No shit, that's awesome. Oh, and we're building stuff? Oh, guys, the colonists are doing what they're supposed to do. It's so amazing. They've been putting in work. I can un-F a few things. I could also give access to these. Yes, you are a tough, nimble brawler. You're like god tier melee pawn, and I made you a vampire. %38 damage reduction. That's awesome. Yeah, you are. you are pretty much just like, you and Julie are just handling melee blocking. I just have you guys just jump in and start smashing them. You've also got a Zeus hammer. It's a normal Zeus hammer, but it's a Zeus hammer. Are we having another wedding? Yeah, we're having another wedding. Everybody's going to be happy for quite some time. This is why nothing is getting done. Everybody's getting married. Yesterday we ignored all of the relationship stuff, and we were like, all right, let's not deal with that this stream. Let's just deal with threats and building and that good stuff. And we've done pretty well. But with all of the new relationships and marriages between yesterday and today, maybe towards the end of stream today, if Randy is kind to us, we'll spend a little bit of time checking through the relationship status, see who can go into beds. We lost some of our lamps. We lost some of our power conduit. So we'll have to deal with that again, but we're not bringing in steel like by the gallon over here. Most of the steel we have comes from smelting weapons and smashing up the mechanoids that attacked us. So that is a thing. We could put some drills back on steel, but given the state of our walls, I think it's more important to keep everybody on blocks. Sandstone wall will never get built because we do not have sandstone. And we'll go like that to let them into there. Let them do that. We just got to kind of backtrack around because there's certain things that we have to micromanage in these repairs. Like this tile getting built. Like, let's just have you construct that real quick. That way I can unforbid that, making my life a little easier to manage. Okay. So, when we get attacked, it's kind of like a lateral move, right? We gotta shift gears and spend a lot of time doing repairs because of the size of our base, but the size of our base is why we're able to defend against these kind of attacks. So it's kind of that give and take. The cool thing about raids is that oh god. Zoomies, I am so sorry. Bob, can you get Zoomies into a bed? And then we have it set up so that you can... We just set up administer psychite. You can administer drugs. So we got to administer drugs to Zoomies. They probably missed taking it for their addiction. Alright, Bob, can you... Actually, is Doomed Idiot awake? You are. Where is Zed? Sowing hot plants. I love how our two best doctors are also our, like, two best, operate on him. By operate on him, I mean hold him up, force feed some tea down his throat, and then walk away so he can get up and get back to work. Okay, so... let's turn that off. Our grid is getting drained a little bit. Let's get this thing off. That's 700. This thing's not taking much at the moment, but let's get that off. We have already... no, we can toggle the power off that. That's an extra 2 hundo. And we've used this as much as we need to at the moment, so we can drop that off. Is our power lines... is everything connected? That's connected. That's connected through the core of the base. We should really link it in another spot for redundancy's sake. That goes down there. That connects. Not broken. That connects over there even though it's not set up yet. That line goes out there because we're gradually getting lights into this place. Not going to go crazy on that. We don't have a lot of steel in stock. I should not just queue up random stuff that doesn't need to be queued up. That wire is okay with me because we have one central spine running right through the center of our base. If somehow it gets clipped, the whole bottom or top is then without power from that side. Muffalo. Let's make sure our drug policy... okay, nobody is carrying Luciferium. Okay. And from what I understand, they're not allowed to drug binge. Like, if they go on a mental break and it's like a drug binge, they can't drug binge on Luciferium. So, you're reasonably safe having it in your place. Some people like to put it in, like, a little closet and wall it in because it's expensive. And if your colonists decide to throw a tantrum and smash something, they might smash it. I am at the point where I'm not overly worried about colonists smashing everybody here has inspired surgery. Well, then who needs this leg that's been hanging out? I know there's a few people who still have some... Okay, so we're all the way down to Killer Butler. Bite Scar. Left second toe destroyed on Judas. But that's right, Judas already has a leg, so their movement speed is averaged. You already have a leg. So I think Killer Butler... Yeah, you're down to 89% move speed. So let's get you a leg. On the left leg. Yeah, that'll do. And rest until healed. And then we've got everybody here. So, with inspired surgery, we shouldn't have any problem getting this leg on. Alright, we got a nice collection of blocks going. I'm gonna unsuspend these other bits. $666 watts. You saw that. And Killer Butler got their bionic leg and should now be moving at a really nice pace. That's excellent. Bob is working on Sweetney's marine armor still. Sweetney is still down for death rest. Something I want to check is, what is the gene regrow time? 49 days, and then we could theoretically make Master Gi a vampire. Okay, we're going good here. We're going good. We are gradually finishing out the repairs. That's looking good. I'm not gonna let this stuff go yet because we need a few things here. Oh, Killer is working on building this son of a bitch. Good job, Killer. I mean, you're drinking a beer in a closet, but, you know, you started working on the Geo, so I'm proud of you. Okay, they are coming out here. There's some stuff over here I'd like them to tackle, but honestly, if they don't tackle... Alright. We will allow... Alright, we'll let them go to town. Underground plasteel. No shit, in the base? Oh, right there? That's phenomenal. That's just wonderful. We are doing quite well on resource nodes within base boundaries. I mean, we do cover like a third of the map or so. This is actually an insane base, guys. I feel like this is an absolutely insane base. Like, what the hell is going on here? You know what I mean? Like, that's just nuts. It's just nuts. The amount of space that this base takes up is just freaking nuts. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna keep moving with the blocks. 181 should give them a decent amount of the repairs we need to get done. We're breaking a couple of segments of walls so they can get to those middle sections and fix them as well. They're gradually bringing over the resources for the geothermal. I guess we hit a breaking point where we had enough steel, just from smashing things up for that to get started, which is excellent. That'll give us the power we need to not be so worried about a few things. We can get the second scanner up and going. We can leave all of our... Basically, we can leave all the stuff on once we get that third geothermal. Having 2 has been great. Having 3 is going to be just... amazing. So, I mean, it doesn't look like anybody's cutting stuff right now as far as blocks go. We've got a lot of people brewing and rolling, but There aren't a lot of chunks either, so they've been reasonably well keeping up with it. They've got a bit of materials here, so we'll see what they do with it. If we have to suspend some of these again, we will. But there's only so much stuff to process anyway. I guess there's a lot of stuff to process. Yeah, never mind. There's a lot of stuff to process. So, might have 4 people constantly doing that. Alright, the joint rolling, I gotta be honest. Let's suspend the joint rolling. We've got plenty of joints. The beer is what goes quick, because it has to happen every day. So we got 30, we got 32 people, or we got 300, so that's like 8 or 9 days worth of beer with the amount of people that we have here, so... Yeah, and they went over there to start making blocks. Perfect decision. We might be able to already send out Mule again. There is some stuff here. Not a lot, though. I mean, we could sell them more raw fungus. Always good to pull as much stuff out of a place as you can before they reset. How long do we have until they reset? 20 days. So we have just... Yeah, that gets to be the thing, is we start stripping out everything from our single closest trader. Just like, yeah, let's squeeze what we can out of them. Backyard's a little bit of a mess, but it'll sort itself out soon enough. As soon as these dogs can actually do hauling... Oh, we've got puppies? Oh, we got a male. Excellent. So... Doggos have the ability to do hauling, and they're zoned most places. Oh, we zoned them inside. Yeah, that was a great idea. Alright, now that we've zoned them to the proper locations, a couple of them can haul. We might get a little bit of help hauling. Dogs are an investment, but at this point I'm kind of like, okay, let's put in the investment. Because we've now got a bunch of stuff like this over here. Like... I know we got drilling going on, but 83 slag chunks, and then like 15 scyther corpses, and then I feel like there's more slag somewhere. Oh, like over here we've got slag. Another 12 slices, plus a little bit of steel and some of that. Like, there's so much stuff that we could pull in from around the map, but that just isn't worth putting our colonists on. Like... We don't need to take our entire colony offline to have them all go out and haul in that mess of stuff. It's just, we're better off having them at the drills and doing what they're good at and scanning and all of that. But once we have a few dogs trained up, we can start zoning that stuff so the dogs can bring it back in, so that they can help us with all that. Right now I have them set to help with the farms, basically. Like, if you'll notice, they're carrying rice. So... Yeah, and this one is actually hauling tainted stuff, which is kind of something I was hoping for. Because, like, if they start bringing the tainted stuff from over here over to here, that takes a little stress off our people. They can stay cleaning instead of hauling. If they could bring in rice and mushrooms and hops and whatever else from the fields, that will help our people not have to haul as much, and it'll also make sure that stuff is in there and not up, somewhere else. How are we doing on power? I'd kind of like to get Barbara into the chamber here. So let's risk it. Let's get it on. Before she sustains another injury, let's get her in there. So Barbara, enter for pleasure cycle, 3.8 days. That'll attune it to Barbara, and that should cut enough time off the bioregeneration cycle to be net positive. As far as if we just ran the bioregen cycle before the pleasure cycle, we would take longer than doing the pleasure and then the bioregen. At least that's my understanding of it. It was 3.8 days. We'll have to keep an eye on it. But Barbara has a torso injury and no other injuries at the moment, so putting her in there is perfect because it'll only address that one issue and pretty much guarantee that she comes out of there good, unless, you know, unless we, like, nutrition starve her or something happens like that while it's going on. You are working still... Oh, on the marine helmet. Okay, so we need to disallow that marine armor. That is Sweetney's, so as soon as Sweetney wakes up from death rest, we'll get that on him. An excellent marine armor. That'll do. I might want Mule to go out on another trade session soon. We've got enough raw fungus that we could trade some of that off. Our people need to... I don't know what I was going to say. It's... We've run into a few bottlenecks this game. Mostly, our big bottleneck has been steel all the way through, and still persists to be one. We are at the point... Fleeing fire, Julie. Where is fire? Oh, it's down here. I understand, Julie. That's quite the forest fire. Just don't flee into the fire while you're afraid of the fire. That would be unsavory. I'd like to get our melee people better melee weapons, but the relic quests have just not been... We got that one that's a good one, so we might do that soon enough. Not this play session, I don't think. I don't know that it's worth trying to do at this point, honestly, because... Let's get that out of the door, because we're close enough... I don't want to say we're close enough to the end, but we're close enough to the end where trying to go through the entire 5 relic quest, I feel like it's just going to be a bit of a delay. If we could make one of them a better weapon or run into a decent one, like there was an excellent... I don't know why that's there. Can you please haul those 2 wood? I want them out of the door. That was kind of the point of all of that. Thank you very much. Like, it'd be nice to upgrade Julie from the sword they have, which is an excellent steel longsword. I'd prefer she have, like, an excellent Zeus hammer or something like that. Zeus hammer, I think, is technically less damage if you look at it, but it also has a stun effect, so you get utility out of it. And that can be quite important during a mech battle. A few good stuns on a centipede versus the extra damage output could definitely be worth it. Alright, our block situation is slowly but surely sorting itself out. It seems to me like they're finishing building these outer wall bits before they're deconstructing and getting these middle pieces. So I'm not going to queue up any more walls until they actually get those little center pieces, and then we'll start queuing up to thicken the walls over here, like we've been planning on. Yes, huge base. Covers a lot of the map. Kind of looks, if you turn it on its side, kind of almost looks like an arrow pointing to the upper right of the map. Didn't really notice that before, but... we got a lot of people. So, let's do a shout out for Squiddy. I'm a little off today, Squiddy. I mean, I'm not off, but I'm a little off kilter. We're doing well, but I'm spacey today. Very spacey. We got hit a lot. Like, we got hit a good fair amount of times from some pretty badass threats
Sideways today, much? Yeah, I'm with you. So, like, yesterday, we got hit, like, 3 or 4 different, like, yeah, we had, like, a tribal breach, a large tribal, auto mortar, um, siege, and we might have even had some other stuff. There was a lot of action. Then we came right into a mech raid as soon as we got in. Hadn't even cleaned up from the last one, so it's been chaos. We're finally almost done repairing the walls and getting everybody situated. We've had a wedding, so that's well, actually I think we've had 2 weddings already today, so that's been keeping mood up considerably. We had a Barbara's pawn drop from exhaustion from fighting too long, but luckily it was while we had them inside. Was literally sending her to get a nap and a snack, and she passed out come walking in the front door. It's pretty crazy. And she is currently in the bioregenerator for a pleasure cycle to attune the bio regenerator to her biology, so that when we put her in there to fix her torso, it goes a bit quicker than it would if not. Because you attuning them to people, it's with these things at this stage in the game, it's good to have a room for it so that it can just stay clean and you don't have to worry about the time going up and down because it's clean and nobody's going in there, so it's not getting dirty. So that's why we put it in a small closet like that and put sterile tile under it. So it'll stay clean, it'll go at its top speed, and then when you need to put somebody else in it, you just deconstruct it and build another one. Like once Barb's bioregenerated, we'll break it, put it back down, and it'll either be there in case of emergencies, or it'll be there for the next person who has damage to their torso or head and we can't fix it by replacing the limb. You guys are going to skip these over and over again, aren't you? That is just absolutely amazing. Killer Butler, you're gonna do it, right? You're gonna actually fill the ones that are gaps. No, you're not. Killer? I think Killer might be actually going to build the walls that are important. Holy shit, are you gonna build the walls that are important, Killer? I'm so proud of you. So we're basically over preparing. I mean, I would love to start moving along the process here, but you know, we spent a lot of last stream and the first almost half of this stream. Well, yeah, the first half of this stream fighting and then repairing. So like, we're just about repaired up. We got a few minor little bits around there, and then we can finally thicken these 2 walls up to 3. Julie Pixels, how you doing? Let's do a shout out for our good friend Julie over here. Julie, your namesake is kicking some major butt. Did a lot of slicing and dicing during the mech raid. And we have you in some pretty good armor as well. I don't think... Still don't have a nose. Still haven't gotten you a nose, but maybe one day. Alright, we've got more steel in our vicinity. But yeah, guys, go check out Julie. We met Julie doing Oxygen Not Included, which we will get back to. But with, you know, I've said it a few times. I'm probably going to say it a million more times. With the fact that Ludion announced a DLC for Rimworld, they've dropped it 24 hours later. They've dropped it a month later. Seems like the time between announcement and when they put out the content is getting a little longer each time. So we probably have a month, maybe a little more, before it drops, and I'd like to have this playthrough done by then. There's not an insane amount that I'd like to get done before then, but it really just depends on how much we get attacked. Like, the more we get attacked, the more time it's going to take to get to the readiness that I'm trying to get to. I'd like everybody to have marine helmets. We bought some Luciferium today, so if we're here long enough, because we're going to keep trading no matter what, if we're here long enough to get enough Luciferium to put everybody on it, we will. If not, then we'll probably put Luciferium either on nobody or on the people that we need up constantly, which at this point I'm not even sure who that is. We've gotten to the point where everyone is pretty badass. Hard name, what is your construction? 11.91? I'll let you finish the geo.
I'll let you finish it. I'm just not gonna watch. I'm just not gonna watch. We'll keep half an eye on it. Now I gotta watch. Are you gonna botch this? Alright, more power installed. And our people seem to be doing the things that I asked them to do. Absolutely wonderful. They are breaking the things to do the things. Squiddy is bringing the things to do the things. Good job, hard name. Alright. We got a little slow and steady going on here. I'm good with slow and steady. Would have liked to have been able to process the humans. I'm going to say it that way. From the tribal raid, that would have been awesome. That would have given us some wealth and a bunch more food. But it is what it is. We got some resources. We got some shooting experience. I mean, at this point, not everybody is amazing at shooting, but we're gradually getting to the point where everybody we have is pretty good at shooting. I mean, even Mule is up to inspired surgery. Do we have anything we can do surgery with? I don't think we have anything that we're gonna surgically implant in anybody at the moment. But that all depends on if Bob is working on bionics or not. Bionic Bob in the house. 489. Now, given the amount of repairs we had to do, I think I'm gonna try and get to about 1,000 extra blocks before I put them back over on steel again. You know? And I still do want to thicken up. This is only 2, this is only 2, and this is only 2. So we're gonna be rocking the blocks pretty hard, continuing onward for maybe the rest of stream. I don't know. It depends on how fast they put up those walls. I'm just kind of trying to keep an eye on everybody. Let's give a little bit more juice to it. Like, I hate going super slow, but I hate going fast enough to get myself in trouble, too. Like, we got this installed here. Check the rest of the walls. Can un-F that. And that's doing good. They're repairing walls that need to be repaired, which is awesome. Planters are getting down the next row of planting. We're gradually... It looked like he was making wort out of rice, but I'm probably crazy. Now, yesterday we were talking about the possibility of putting a refrigerator in, and I think that might be a good idea. I keep thinking by the time we go to endgame we're going to have an ass ton of pemmican, but it doesn't seem to be the jam. We could, in theory, start crafting packaged survival meals instead of pemmican, because they don't spoil at all forever. But it's not that it matters, it's that we just keep getting to certain points where we either can't cook because of raids, or we have toxic fallout, or we have a cold snap or something like that. So I think we just need to keep grinding. Maybe we need to do a little bit more hunting in our free time, just to make use of the local meat that we've got available to us. Actually, this cougar up here makes me nervous. Let's grab, like, this group. Oh, Zoomies doesn't have a gun. That's right. Zoomies. Oh, no. Let's get you the assault rifle. Yeah, Cougar Revenge. I understand. Maybe we should just do a little hunting while we're out here. What do you guys think? Do a little hunting? Why not? We'll expand that zone so other people can do stuff. Boloft, let's get you into the action. Melee attack the rhino to death. Expand that out there for when that happens. Animatree linking is ready. Squiddy! Raiding with a party of 5. Thank you for the raid, my dude. I know we just shouted you out, but let's shout you out again. Squiddy WTF. Guys, if you haven't... 47 minutes to give Squiddy another shout out. You know what? That's why I have alternate commands. Computer. WTF. Go check out Squiddy if you haven't already, guys. Thank you guys for coming in with the raid. We're doing a little hunting around the Rimworld world here because why not? Because why not is kind of where I'm at. Let's chop some stuff up, get some meat going, get some pemmican stuff. I was just talking about how, like, we don't have enough pemmican, and I'm like, well, you know, there's things we can do about not having enough pemmican, namely, like, hunt the animals and actually get the meat to make it. It's amazing what happens when you do the things you need to do. In fact, like, that's not even a problem because we got rain going on, so exploding animals, who cares? And then we get them in the mix a little bit, so our other people can come out and get them. What do we got down here? Anything worth shooting? Not really. Not really. We've got a tortoise there, not really worth shooting. Big game. We're looking for big game. You know what? You guys can go home. One of them's already snagging one of the explodey boys. So anyway, for anybody who doesn't know, this is Rimworld. It's a story-generating colony builder that plays almost like a war crime simulator. We are cannibals who worship vampires, harvest organs, and believe in transcending reality to a world of bionic replacement for our feebly human flesh limbs. Anyway, Rimworld is an insane game. There is a DLC that they announced yesterday or the day before. And so we're doing we've been in a playthrough for a little while, and I'm trying to devote the time to it so that we can get this playthrough done. That way when the DLC comes out, we can actually start a fresh playthrough. I mean, I'm going to do that no matter what, and I don't want this game to this playthrough to disappear into the void. So we're going to try and finish this out. It's been a challenge I've wanted to do for a little while now, since I started getting into the more challenging Rimworld runs. This is 500% difficulty, which is losing is fun, customized up to 500% threat scaling. And we have not used any kill boxes, and we have not used any traps. The only thing you could say that we would possibly be using kill traps in is like when one of our baddies breaks a hole and we kind of use that hole that they have as like a funnel into one of our already existing walls. But that's not a designed kill box. So we're just using the surroundings. We're focusing on outer walls as our main form of defense, kind of like you know, you would do in a zombie apocalypse, I suppose. Looks like we've got most of our stuff repaired. That is queued up as slate. They'll get on that eventually. Ah, that was one of the things I was looking for, is our center wall. You know, we had to repair the cream filling on some of the 3 wide walls. And now we gotta put the shell back in place. Linking ritual complete. What did you get? Please tell me something useful. Neuroquake. Get out of jail free card. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll take it. Very, very... Have I ever used Neuroquake? I'm trying to think if I've ever actually used Neuroquake. I don't know that I have. Huh. Hopefully we never have to use it. But if we do, we have it. So what Neuroquake does, for anybody who's interested, why I'm like, it's like a get-out-of-jail-free card. It's not. There are consequences, but there's like a radius. And if anybody standing in that radius won't be affected, and then there's an outer radius that's almost the size of the whole map when you play on a map this size. It used to be map-wide, but it's been nerfed a couple of different times, a couple of different ways. So anybody within the circle is not affected, the small circle, and then anybody in the big circle is. It drives everything in that big circle mad. Doesn't matter humans, mechs, animals, doesn't matter what it is. They go absolutely insane, like full-on Berserk Pulse, but I don't think they can break it with Neuroquake. Like, they will stay insane until they die or kill everything else. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows differently out there. But it's, if you've got thick enough walls and you got no other options, Neuroquake is a nice, like, fuck it, you know, button. I would like to replace those wood walls with slate walls. Maybe let's micro that a little bit. So, Julie is usually my go-to to do most things because she moves, she's good at everything, and she's usually around. Right now, Julie is kind of far out. I really should have grabbed somebody else, but it is what it is. She's on her way up. She's going to repair the walls. For those of you coming in who don't know what's going on, don't feel bad. This game is insane. There's a lot to learn, even for people that are like familiar with the genre. This game can be a heavy amount of learning. I should have let her carry those out of the way. Killer's moving the wood. Okay. Let's get that wall built. Okay, I feel like we've substantially recovered as far as our wall repair bill. Let's get these other ones thickened up. And that's where we'll stop our wall building for this this little while. We did a lot of wall building the last couple of streams, so we're just knocking out the last little bits here. I think they grabbed up the rhino. Yeah, rhino was over here. Rhino is probably some good eating as far as the quantity of meat. Yeah, we got a good amount of rhino meat out of that. So, basically our cooks gotta just handle the rhino meat. And we could start hunting some other stuff if we really wanted to. Like there's some ibex up here, some deer. I might have a stab at that in a second. Because it's extra textiles to sell as well, you know, like they skin them and then we have the fur or the pelts or whatever the case may be, and then we get the meat to make into more pemmican. They will cook meals first, so there is that. And we're going to wind up with a lot of simple meals rotting away, because I think while we were going through all of that, we kind of had them making mushroom ones just in case, and they'll eat anything except the mushroom ones right off the bat. Dogs are hauling. Dogs are actually hauling. Proud of you, dogs. We got more puppies, but that's okay. I think we can afford to feed them. The Muffalo, on the other hand, I'm trying to keep reasonably well culled. Muffalo 3 is not essential because we have another male coming up, and Mr. President is a good male. So I think we might actually have to do a little slaughtering. You are barely grown up, but you are not useful to us. I'll keep 2 males. 2 males and 3 females seems like a good breeding population. We'll get fur, we'll get meat on a reasonably regular basis. I'm kind of feeling this hunting initiative. So like let's get a little hunting crew together. Mule going the long way outside. Of course you are, Mule. You're a very intelligent and worthwhile colonist. Now, there is a hunting function, but I think the vast majority of Rimworld players just do drafted hunting anyway. Just actively go and do it. Because if you leave it up to your colonists in general, they're gonna get lost. They're gonna fuck things up. You ran off the map. Okay, fair enough. I might shoot the raccoon just because it's here. And by might, I mean... let's shoot the raccoon. Now let's melee punch this thing and give a little work zone here. And we might as well go over here and get this guy. I mean, we might as well. And again, I like to connect things like that, even though they're bigger zones than you need. After you do that, Jen. After you do that, and then Bolaft. We'll never do hauling. LTZ, will you do hauling? After you drink your beer? Excellent. And that gets those corpses hauled back in. Why not, right? Okay. I mean, they are just going to cook the meat ones pretty quick. I'd almost prefer... at the moment, I think I'd rather them make the pemmican than the meat. Like, they can make the vegetarian meals first if we need meals. But I'd like them to make the meat into pemmican at the moment here. They Flower! What's going on? We'll do a shout out for Flower as well. Shout out They Flower. How you doing? We're pushing the Rimworld agenda this week because the DLC got announced, so we want to finish up this playthrough ASAP so we don't wind up caught in between playthroughs, because we will be starting one with the new DLC coming out. Also,
I'm gonna start looking through seeds for the community seed, because it seems like you and Julie and myself could all use. No, this is we finished the all endings win. It's all up on YouTube as well. This is 500% no kill box, no traps, crash landed start. So all of the natural meditation pawns we wound up with actually came from recruiting people, and so they're the only reason we have Psycasts. Our colony is at 32 people, I think. We did have a prisoner we almost brought online, but during the last raid, they got mowed down by some insects, or some mechs in the backyard. But yeah, we're just trying to get a win. So we're going to be building the ship on this. We're kind of in endgame preparation mode, but last stream we got hit with a lot of events, and this stream we came right into a big mech raid, so we've basically been doing combat and repairing most of this stream. We did a little bit of trading so far, where we did a little bit of hunting just now. We're gonna do a bit more trading. Inspired surgery. Do we have any bionics in stock at the moment? No, we do not have bionics in stock. Votes the candidate seed in the channel. Desolands with radioactive ocean through the teleporter. I think it's a pretty good new one. Awesome. Yeah, I like both Desolands and radioactive. They're good planets. I'll check it out after stream, and I'll try to get it. If it's a good one, we'll use it, and we'll get it out, because I'm this close to deciding to not do my mini base playthrough on stream. I kind of feel like for stream it's a little bit boring, but that might be me being self-conscious. I'd like to I may do the community seed instead as a playthrough. That way at least we can all play along together, and you know, you guys can see what I'm doing on the seed. I have to put like spoiler alert on the streams though. There's a minor volcano on the same planetoid as oil. Ooh, well that's petroleum boiler. Wait. Psychite's after the pemmican jammer. Killer Butler's a cook now? Oh, 12 cook. Damn. I was not aware that so many of our people were badass cooks. We started out with a problem not having cooks. Training the doggos. That's good. That's good. Getting the remainder of these outer walls we've been building for the last 2 days done. I think we're doing all right. I do like the slow and steady. If anybody is slowed down too much, I totally understand. We can get this back online. We can get this back online. Because we have plenty of power now. Maybe not. Is this plugged into the grid? No, it's not. Somehow or another, this is not connected. Ah. Power conduit there. Probably got broken recently. Squiddy, can you work on that instead of whatever it is you're working on? It's totally okay. I condone it. Alright, Barb's gonna be in the, I wonder if we'll actually get a rescue quest. If we get a rescue quest for the original Barb pawn, we will go and try and rescue her. Like, even if it's a little risky. I feel like we owe it to Barb. She carried the colony quite a bit early. Not carried the colony, but she handled all the work that needed to get done. The smelting, the making ammunition for the mortars. She was mining. She was our only good miner for the longest of times. So I think it's important that we honor that. Let's turn on the joint rolling, because at this point we've got enough blocks. We're going to keep saving up blocks, but we've got enough to finish what we got going on out here. And once that's finished, we're going to let it kind of naturally flow until we've got about 1,000 on deck. Then we're going to move the drills back over to steel. because we don't have enough steel still. We've got a little bit to continue our projects, but a very little bit, 179. And as far as plasteel goes, we don't have a lot of that. So we need to rotate our drills to steel and plasteel pretty ASAP. But now Squiddy's going to bring the metal. Are you actually going to construct it? Yes, he did. That links you into the main grid. That allows us to use all of our electrical goodies, which I'm very excited about. 9 days until our next round of festivals. Television is on. We still have one unowned bed and some relationships to sort through for double beds. We're not going to do that just yet, though, because reasons. We're not going into mechs. That's just something that's not going to happen in general, so... I think we just witnessed Mrs. Dodo. Oh, yeah. They can cook the regular simple meals. Maybe we should just leave it like it was. Yeah, let's not, like, manually suspend these. If they want to make... How many simple meals do we have? 118. And what are we doing? 125. So they're cooking up there. That'll get us 122 plus another round. Okay. It's the staying ahead of the meals thing. We could do a little bit more hunting. We could also do a little bit more smashing if we want. There's a bear down there that could make some good eating. Who's awake over here from our new people team? Mad rats. Is it just one mad rat? No, it's 4 mad rats. Alright, I'm going to put everybody on walls, but we just drafted a hunting team, so why don't we just deal with the rats? Maybe we'll grab a few more. Where are these mad rats is my question. So... one there. One in with Jen. So maybe like right there first. That maddened rat is asleep. I mean, the cool thing about the maddened on-map animals is it's not like a manhunter event. The manhunter events, most of them are going to have scaria, right? So, like, you don't really get much... You don't get meat out of the event for the most part. There'll be a handful of them, so depending on how many there are, how close to base everything is, blah, 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 all that stuff. Everything depends in Rimworld, right? But... Alright. Other rats? Over there. Over there. And over there. So we'll have a little bit of rat meat on the menu.
Rat extermination squad in effect. This wasn't my plan when I drafted these people. I was going to go shoot a couple of the larger animals like the bear, but, you know, we could always do that too. So some of our lamps got busted up in that last little bit. Some of them we haven't placed yet. We haven't really placed tables yet. That's something we can do. We can definitely place some tables. Now, sorry. We'll start placing tables is what we'll do. Because we've got wood. So tables and chairs kind of scattered about the area. That'll give us places so our people won't eat without a table after combat. I mean, there's things we can do to help mitigate that, and we will. But if we put some tables and chairs around, our chances of having a problem with that drop dramatically. So Archie Love is cooking along. Archie doesn't even have bionics. Come on, rat. Leading us on a wild friggin' goose chase. Good job, Archie. Running fast, shooting rats. I love it. What else we got over here? Boom rats, and a tortoise. We killed the bear I wanted to kill, so I guess we could do that. And everything died within the bounds of our normal work zone. So, hooray! No awkward zoning for getting our capture in here. Yes. Okay. Like I said, we're gonna keep pulling rocks until we've got a decent stockpile, because if we get another like 2, 3, 4 raids in a row like we just got hit with, we're gonna need substantial number of blocks for repairs. So let's make sure we got at least 1K in repairs just chilling, because we're at that point where we are definitely above raid cap. We're at 324,000 wealth. I mean, hell, we could Arco Nexus soon if we theoretically wanted to. We're not. The Arco Nexus is not an option for a victory in this one. No thank you. I am tempted to actually bring some of this into the zoning, because there's some stuff here we may want. Like, there's some weapons in here that could get smelted down. There's some, like this flak chest. We should be grabbing that, or we should be smelting that. We should be smelting this guy. We should be smelting any of these steel things. I mean, we pull steel out of the ground faster with our drills than from smelting stuff. But at the same time, like, every little bit helps right now. Our drills have to stay on blocks at the moment, so if we can get our crafters smashing stuff down to get us... Ooh, Bob's having a beer. To get us more little supplemental income on our steel and plasteel and stuff like that, I think that'd be very helpful. So, yeah, bringing stuff in and breaking it down, that's excellent. I'd like to send out another trade caravan. It might be a little early for this as far as, like, timing, but we can have Mule go back and forth. It's just, that's their job. You can take Mr. President again. And let's go into items. We don't need 986 cloth, right? So we're going to bring like 586. We'll keep 400. The Devil Strand we're keeping because we finally got Devil Strand going. All these random little bits from the stuff we just hunted, that can go out the door. Same thing with the rhino leather. Let's sell another 100 of the... No. We'll keep 500 of that. We're up to 271 psychite, so 171 of that can go. Joint leaves, let's just send off 52, leaving us with an even 100 of both, which is fantastic. Plus, it's great trading. Do we want to sell off the steel stuff or just wait for them to... I think we'll wait for them to smelt it up. I think the steel is worth a little bit more to me. We can sell off the normal shield belt, these simple helmets, these old flak chests. We'll keep the excellent one because we may get to the point where Master Guy becomes a vampire. And if that is the case, it'll be great to have. It'll be good to have an excellent one. We might take a few more rolls at trying to get a masterwork or legendary going, but for now, that'll do us well. Let's take this off. Yes, you can take that simple meal. Let's not have you take any of that. You can take that. You can also take, let's say that one, and let's give you one of these, right? Then let's take the raw fungus. We've got enough chem fuel made without it, so we'll send that stuff out the door. 25 hops, 65 smoke leaf. I mean, we've got tons of that stuff coming in, so let's sell everything we can. Get a full weight on this caravan. Get everything out the door that we can. Clearance sale status. That'll give us plenty of room for some other materials to be in here. We're cooking the heck out of some pemmican and stuff over here. We're getting meals, we're getting pemmican, we're getting all the things going, so... We've got the second scanner up, so we should get a bunch more scanning. Beer looks to be pretty stabilized. And I think I am going to try and make it a point to be hunting stuff that's close to the base in general. Like right over here, right? Like, these guys can get a turkey. Right? Why not? And I'm pretty sure that's already in zone. Yeah, because we have this larger zone, so we can actually get some stuff done with it. Slow and steady, winning the race. So Mule's loading up the caravan, grabbing the things, gonna grab the muffalo. Our muffalos and our dogs are doing some nice population thing. Not sure how we wound up with another horse. Oh, I must have left someone unrestricted. But we've got 2 females now? That's a bit more... I should have sent the horse out. I keep forgetting. Muffalos are just so the thing I send out. If we could get a male horse, we might, if one wanders close by to the base. We got horses over here. Female. Male. So, if we get inspired taming, I might have somebody go snag that. Does anybody have inspired taming? Go frenzy, creativity, surgery. And I don't think we have anything for surgery at the moment. Maybe, no, I don't think there's anything over there as far as surgery that we can use to pick up from the place. Power focus chip. I mean, that's some good as far as like mechanitors go, but Luciferium is out here in the field. Can someone please pick that up? Good day. Very large base you have here. Thank you, Christy Marie. I mean, we've maybe overbuilt just a tad. We're going for a 500% no kill box, no traps victory. So the large walls kind of help spread everything out so we can deal with everything. What I've been finding is a good thing is to let everybody spread out and then kind of take a position in this corner. then they'll trickle around both these sides and we can eat them up, and if there's problems we can duck in pretty quick. We just had to do a major mech raid at the beginning of stream, and yesterday's stream we had breaches, we had big tribals, we had sieges, we had mechs, we had an auto mortar. Like, yesterday was a very eventful day on the Rim. We're trying to get the victory on this because this is a challenge I've wanted to do for a little while. We got a victory on 500%, but we were using kill boxes. We were using traps to start. We got to the point where we had like really badass super soldiers, you know, fully bionic and everything. And we did an all endings playthrough. It's up on YouTube. We're gonna do the ship. We got to grab a Persona Core. The quests that have come up with it weren't good fit at the time, so we're going to have to request from our allies if we don't get one soon. We're basically almost there. I was going to spend a lot more time prepping for endgame yesterday, but we got hit with a lot of raids and stuff, and we just finally got cleaned up from most of the stuff that was happening yesterday and today. So we're going to start making a little progress. We're putting lights all around, and we're going to start putting tables and chairs as well. In fact, let me start that going right now. Let's grab some tables. 1x2 tables. 16 tiles. Let's start out by the edges here, right? Let's put one like right there. There and there. And then let's get those a couple of chairs each. I don't think we got to go full bore here. But yeah, we're basically getting ready to... I mean, you know what? We've got a lot of colonists. We've got plenty of wood. We'll do it in stages, right? So let's add these to our home directory. And somebody is social fighting. Let's pause for a second. Add these to our home directory, and then go see if that social fight is something we can break up. What was the reason? Zoomies called Daedra Flame a mouse. This drove Daedra into a rage, and she began to fight. Yes. Nobody of considerable... Can you... Okay, we got to put down a... You know what? We don't have any prisoners that we're trying to recruit in our main area, so we can actually make this for prisoners again for now. I think we arrest Daedra. Oh, we'll have to give Daedra their... I should have arrested Zoomies. Alright, we'll have to do a ritual to get them back to what they were. My first ever viable colony, Phoebe Adventures, so nothing too exciting for seasoned players, but having issues getting colonists with decent shooting skill. I've started having them hunt squirrels and raccoons just to raise their score with almost no risk to their person. You know, if you have access to a smoke launcher, I would recommend getting a smoke launcher reasonably early on, so when you get mech clusters, you can deal with the turrets. But you can have your colonist shoot at a pet or even another colonist with a smoke launcher. It won't hurt anybody, and they can do it all day. You get diminishing returns on shooting skill at a certain point, so I'm not sure if anybody will actually have it. Well, on any skill, right? So... Base power, burning passions. So, at some point when they're doing stuff, you get a... Do you need smoke rounds for that? No, there are no rounds in this game. You don't have to craft ammunition. They didn't go that granular with it. It's not Dwarf Fortress. So yeah, that's a way you can grind it without having to have something to hunt. Like, you could literally have each person pick up the smoke launcher and go and shoot at a muffalo. Not all day long, probably for about a quarter to a half of the day, and then they'll hit that diminishing returns. They'll still get points in it, but it's like a lot less. There's like an optimal amount of research, right?
or optimal amount of time to spend learning something, and then they learn very slowly after that for the rest of the day. So you could probably do 2 or 3 people a day if you're strong into micromanaging stuff, like one after the other. Smoke launch at this, smoke launch at that, smoke launch at this, and then they'll level up like that. It's not the most exciting way to level up shooting. I often don't do it myself, but it is helpful. And don't worry about like the whole seasoned player thing. Like, I used to play Adventure Colonist all the time, and I was convinced that I was never going to do crazy difficult runs. But it got to a certain point where I was like, oh, you know what? I'd like to beat losing is fun. Like, I don't need to go crazy. Let me beat losing is fun. Oh, excellent. We'll do that after the role change. But then I got to a certain point where I was like, yeah, like I said, well, let me beat losing is fun. I don't have to go crazy, but I'd like to beat losing is fun. I think I know enough. And it took everything. Like, I had to, like, create custom genetics, all this. The Linus! Had to do all this stuff, and finally beat it. Did Randy and did Cass. Went to do Phoebe, and I got bored enough that I was trying to do some ridiculous shit, like launch a ship with 3 colonists. I just moved up from Peaceful, and even Peaceful was killing me with fire and death by squirrel. Once I figured out how to kill squirrels, I move on. Yeah, the threat from animals early game is huge. Is there a reason my Steam is not regenerating in... Stam is not regenerating in the Hunt Realm? I've run into some issues with stamina. I would try relogging or reloading the game. It's not intrinsic to the Hunt Realm. We're talking about Nightingale over here. Linus and I waited 2 years for that game to come out. Yeah, it's not a trait of the Hunt Realm unless you played some sort of minor card that changes the way that works. Right, we managed the social... Restart. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's, you know, it's an early access game, so it's definitely not all of the things just yet. It's doing an amazing job, but I've been lurking on the iPad for a while. Oh, awesome. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. Every little bit counts with the viewership. I don't play a lot of ads because I don't necessarily like to play ads, but I did put a redemption into the points thing to run advertisements if anyone ever wants to do that. We do it because some people have asked if there's a monetary way to support the channel without, or a way to support and help with money without having to have money, and I was like, well, you can always run ads, and for every viewer here I get some, so that's a redemption in there. You can rename pawns, you can rename pets with redemptions. I have a change the game redemption in there, but I haven't been really letting that one go through. I have Twitch Turbo, so I never see ads anyway. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, if people have accounts or all that, or whatever, like, that's cool. I don't know what Twitch Turbo is, honestly, but I'm assuming it's like a higher tier of Twitch or something. Killer Jam, raiding with the party of 2. So next time you go to the bathroom. that'll be pretty soon. Let's do a shout out for Killer. We did one earlier at the beginning, but he came in with a raid, so let's shout him out again. Thank you, Killer. Okay, next time I use the restroom, I'll run the 30-second ad over my be right back screen. I appreciate that, Linus. Thanks, guys. If you didn't know, Linus is the best and oldest friend I have. Not age-wise, although maybe age-wise, I don't know, but the longest standing friend in the world, and I love the guy. So, go make him a little insane if you can. Just kidding. And thank you, Killer, for coming in. Oh, right. Traders. We should deal with the traders. Like, deal with the traders. Twitch Turbo is a subscription to Twitch that pays out the streamers based on my viewing time on their channel. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, thank you for spending some of your streaming time here with us. I appreciate that. Yeah, and for you and anybody else who's new or lurking out there, I appreciate everybody coming in and doing whatever it is they do. Like, no matter how big or small, it is all appreciated. And, yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little out of my mind. You know what? You guys can take the power focus chips. I don't want those. I don't want the gene pack. We can sell these off. I was going to not sell them, but we'll keep the uranium mace for now. Keep that. 81. Excellent. Okay. So we can sell that stuff to them, and we can snag medicine. I've been about the medicine lately because we went through a lot with some of our disease problems. Oh, I do not want to sell the beer. Maybe we can't even sell all of this stuff? Huh. I guess we can't sell everything. No, I don't want to buy the knife. I just want to not sell things that we don't need to sell. I guess we'll get all their money and the other stuff that, well, not all of their money. Yeah, close to. Let's do that. The challenge that seems impossible to me, and so for Adam, is the only one I have seen do it successfully. Point of casual case is no pause. Yeah. No pause is a whole other animal. Not something I didn't plan on doing hard runs, and so when I say I don't plan on doing no pause, it doesn't mean for sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm never going to do no pause. I'm barely good enough at the game with pause in order to do some of these hard challenges, so my brain just doesn't think. Same. If I have the opportunity to pause it and think about it, I can handle most combat situations, but having to do it on no pause would be insane. And Adam is the man. If you notice, this is basically Adam's design for the core base. Expanding outward, you know, we did it how we needed to do it, but I've learned, I always say I'm about 80% Adam versus everything and about 20% Francis John. Sorry, brain is late. La La Land, but thanks for the shout out again. Of course, Killer, of course. Killer just got affiliate, guys, so we're very proud of him. And if you have a chance to go check him out, he plays a lot of good stuff. Yeah, Masterwork dining chairs, guys. Love the hustle. Love it. So yeah, I always say, I said I would never play this game. I saw this game, and I was like, oh no, not interested. Lo-fi graphics. Linus was like, you got to play this game. John was like, you got to play this game. So many people were like, you got to play this game. And finally, I watched Ambiguous Amphibian do a playthrough, and I was like, I kind of see why now. So, I have color-coded mood bars, which shows the diseases. So we just unselected everybody. Most of them should be heading to hospital beds. You know what? I usually take a second restroom break around this time in the stream, and I could use it, to be honest with you. So let me put up the links to Bobby's music. He's, I didn't care for it until I saw a medieval run in the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, something always gets you eventually. But I'm going to put up Bobby's links if you like the music from the Be Right Back screen. I'm also going to run a commercial, since Linus had me do that. And I'll see everybody back here in just a few moments. We'll get some more done on the rim. Thank you all for everything, and see you in a sec. Okay, let's get back to it. I'm not even sure what's going on, guys. Is Mule is still on the way. Okay, malaria. That's what we're dealing with. So at the moment, I think I kind of want everybody. We've already lost someone to disease on this playthrough, so we're gonna put everybody on the industrial medicine, and we're gonna make sure that Zed gets to work on everybody immediately. And then is everybody here? You're up, so prioritize tending. And then where is Jen? Jen, I'm gonna need you to lay down. Another's there. Dead meat. Rest until healed. Squiddy is over there. Of course. Killer is there. Doomed idiot. Alright, so... Killer. Let's get you in there now that that's a thing. Killer's been tended, you've been tended, you've been tended. Tended, tended, tended. Alright. I'm gonna clear their... I finally got another female colonist. I kept trying, but they'd somehow die when I tried to capture them from raids or from various reasons. I had one female and she got married and 7 male pawns. Everyone was always pissed because she kept turning them down. Except her husband. He's happy as rain. Yeah, I have love is free and approved, so there are numerous people that are in multiple relationships with our ideology. It gets a little confusing, and I try to pair them off into double beds, but only after I give the male a vasectomy, because I want to make sure that we're not raising any more kids. We raised some kids that came in from like rituals and stuff, but I'm not trying to raise any more kids on the rim. Not this playthrough. Like they're a hard no at this point. All right, so the only one who's not doing great is King Frodo. Looks like they're just about catching up to it. Can Angel preach health to King Frodo? Yeah, okay. Okay, so managing malaria. This has been one of the most absolutely disease-heavy playthroughs I've ever dealt with. We have dealt with malaria multiple times. I think, is that the second time today, or was it yesterday we got malaria? We've had the plague like 5 different times. We've had so many diseases this playthrough. I know that's one of those things where, like, Randy can... Nauseum raiding with a party of 4. Thank you so much. We'll do a shout-out for our friend Nauseum over here. How are you? We're gradually making progress on our colony. It's an immense colony, but we got hit pretty hard yesterday with raids and mech clusters. Came in today to a mech raid. Couldn't even clean up the tribal one before we had to deal with that. And yeah, we finally got the walls, sounds like Rimworld for sure. We finally got the walls repaired up from the non-stop raids. We got a little bit of trading going on, and we just got hit with malaria. So we got a lot of people in bed, not working at the moment. We've got our mule character off going to trade. We've sucked the local trader dry almost, so we're going to sell off some more stuff and see if we can get the rest of their money, maybe a few other bits and pieces. Starting to think about stockpiling Luciferium. We bought a little bit, but where is it? Oh, it's right there. We've got a little bit of Luciferium over here. I'm considering getting enough to put the whole crew on Luciferium for ship launch. Decent number of people have bionics. We're repairing our people up a little at a time with the Biosculptor pod. Barbara's doing a pleasure cycle to tune it to her. Then we're going to put her in to take care of the torso scar. We've been gradually replacing limbs that have missing bits and pieces. You know, missing fingers, missing toes, scars, all that stuff. So we're kind of just trying to get our people ready. We don't have a persona core because the quests that got offered at the time were not something I wanted to take at the time. One of them, I think, was for prisoners, and I don't even think we had, like, these basic little boxes up. We'll buy more food from Mule when he gets up and gets his ass to where he needs to go. So, yeah. It's been a thing. Toxic Fallout put us behind on wealth. Then after coming back from the Toxic Fallout and getting our fields going again, we really had to do some ally stuff. Most of these people were damn near negative 100. These guys we've kept in pretty good standing because we trade with them all the time. But these guys we had to do substantial gift dumping. And I'd like to do a little bit more gift dumping to top them off. I'd like everybody ally-wise up to 100 before we go into endgame. We just started putting down tables. We're going to put tables down at relatively consistent spacing, but we basically got to cover area more than we have to worry too much about the specifics of the spacing. Like, maybe there. We'll move that one up a little bit. Whole idea being that if we could get it so they don't eat without a table, that would be fantastic. And that's kind of close to our main base, so I'd almost say maybe like here. Could also put one maybe here. Sure, why not? And we'll can't have people eat at a table without chairs. I learned that one the hard way. I was like, why aren't they eating at those tables? Like, oh yeah, you know Nether. If they can't sit at the tables, they can't actually eat at the tables. So we may have to queue up for them to chop a few more trees because and I know you can rotate the other way. Just sitting here as someone who regularly eats at my countertop. Right. Me too. You know what I mean? It's like pawns, though. They're like, hey, you know, we need proper seating if we're gonna get things done. And then because I'd like them to actually rebuild this stuff, because I will forget. And we will stockpile some wood before we finish up. Basically, we're in prep mode. We've got the research done. We've got our allies. We're building our tables, and we're building our lights. Those are the things we're working on. We're working on tables right now because we have more wood than we have steel at the moment. We're still cracking a few blocks here. I'd like to have a decent stockpile. We're up to 624, so we'll leave these guys digging trunks until we have about 1,000. Then we'll move it over to probably one of these steel Maybe we want to get over to this one, actually, because it's a little closer. We've been working on that, but if we can get just a little bit closer on things, why not, right? We're going to need the power out here for lights anyway, so let's do that. Same thing with this. So yeah, tables, lights, statues, and then some concrete work. That's basically where we're at. In theory, we could use to split this up maybe a little bit. Maybe. Maybe we do that. Maybe we don't. The thing is this area is right on our outer wall, and then there's the side of our base. So I'm kind of thinking we might actually want to put a little bit more of a wall in here somewhere. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'm going to let them do what they're doing, and I'll think about it. Looks like we're about to have a lot of booze come in, which is good because our people are high life, so they need their booze. I think we have plenty of hops, and it's just a matter of, again, we're still recovering from that toxic fallout. We've got things that are out of cycle, and then on top of that, we've been getting raided left and right, so our hands have been busy on guns instead of on jobs. Mule is just about there. So awesome. We can sell off a bunch of junk, and we can get you a few meals. We'll sell the raw fungus. Let's get you a couple of fine meals, sir. Just a couple. You could. That's a lot of money. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, you could take the fine meals. We're gonna sell off all this other junk. That'll keep them happy while they're on the road. Boop, boop. Sell off this stuff as well. That's not a bad haul. Not a bad haul at all. So, what do we want to buy? What do we want to buy? We don't need the bionic heart. We needed that for Barb earlier, but Barb got kidnapped. Can we take all their Lucy? Let's take all their Lucy. And I think we already got their components and advanced components. I mean, we could buy their meat just so we could keep making more and more pemmican. Rot, right, okay, we gotta deal with rot. I'm not gonna deal with that. We'll just hunt our own elk. I guess we could take a bit of plasteel. It's going to be a little while before we can reassign our drills, but I'm honestly thinking we take all of their gold, or all of their silver at the moment. There's not really anything else I want to purchase here. We already took them on all their yeah, so let's actually bring mostly their money home this time. Change of pace. We will come back. If we have enough wealth to sell off, we send somebody out to sell off wealth. Mule is our main wealth dumper. Yeah, there's some wood down here for sure. Okay. All right. So I think we're doing quite well for ourselves here. Let's chop the trees that aren't in our tree farm. You know, and then maybe let's chop this. Doesn't need to be a forest. Oh, an eclipse. It's a good thing we got that extra geothermal going. So guys, I stream noon to 6 Monday through Saturday. As I've been talking about it a little bit, I might consider switching that to Tuesday through Sunday. Anything less than 6 days a week, and I start getting antsy. That one day off is huge because I get to like catch up on sleep and a lot of other stuff with that. But at the same time, once I get to 2 days off, that second day I'm just like twitching. Like I'm like I really really need to get back on streaming. So that's kind of like why I do the 6 days a week thing. Is I kind of need to. I love playing games. I love talking to people. I love community building. Speaking of which, Discord and YouTube are up on chat if you guys want to come and join or check out the videos. All that is up there from Nightbot. Thank you, Nightbot, for being a faithful AI companion. Anyway, nonsense inclusive, not aside. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. We're gonna get this playthrough done soon-ish. It's this whole, like, we would have gotten a lot of this infrastructure work done yesterday if we hadn't had so many raids. Like, we got a bunch of tables queued up in our main backyard over here, which could prove to be on the dangerous side because it tends to be where people break in. We may want to put a whole other, like, honeycomb on this side. Maybe, like, you know, run a wall across here. I'm not against that idea either. I think we do need to segment this backyard a little bit. Might have to move some of the tables we just put down, but we'll worry about that momentarily. I know I promised not a lot of, no, you know, we'd cool it on the wall work, so to speak, but there are definitely some spots, like, this spot is a little soft. We got this spot here. They'd have to go through the mushroom fields in order to actually get to the nougat center. Over here, I don't want to say this is soft because it's a pretty solid defensible position. But if they get in, they go right into the anima tree and the mortars. So that's why we needed this buffer. We need at least one buffer between us and any actual useful room. So the final end goal is very vague. How do you know what I need to do to get ship launch? So in order to get ship launch, you have to research all of this stuff, right? Which some of it requires earlier stuff, like this requires long-range mineral scanners. The ship cryptos require you to have the regular cryptos. So research is the general answer. Once you have all that, how do I know that? Is there somewhere that tells me? I don't know overtly. It might be in some of the, like, lore stuff that I don't pay attention to. Like, when you drop in, it tells you stuff. I also think there is a degree of, like, figure it out on your own type of thing. Like, as you progress through a colony, you start messing with things. Like, maybe you don't even realize there's an end goal, and then you get like a super stable colony that can defend against anything, and you're like, well, what else can I build? Like, oh, what are these ship parts? But I'm not sure where you would learn that. There are other ways to beat the game. You can do the Royal Ascent, where you basically go through all of this crazy stuff to get one of your people to be a royal, and then you invite the High Stellarch to come and stay with you. Oh, okay, 0 DLCs. Okay, so core is an interesting thing in and of itself. Some would argue that a core playthrough is harder than a modern playthrough with the DLCs. Every 30 days I get to do rituals from Ideology, and I have a 50-50 chance that we'll get a new recruit. Then there's 6 festivals, and then there's cheese to, like, reset them if you've got enough reform points and all that. So core can be a challenge in and of itself. I would say getting colonists, yeah, and the Psycast powers are definitely awesome. I would say getting colonists is a little difficult in core. The best way, in my opinion, to get them is make sure that you're always buying shock lances. And then when you have raids come in, before you even, like, defend against it, look at the pawns and find ones you like. And like, oh, I like that one and I like that one. And then make sure you wait in position so that you can shock lance those guys down without killing them or damaging them. Now, occasionally they wind up with burns, but that's a really great way to get prisoners that you actually want and not rely on the game's RNG. You know what I mean?
And once you get enough colonists and you've got everybody in good weapons and armor, it just comes down to how much you want to prepare for the ship. And no matter what difficulty you're on, raid cap is always the same once you get there. Like, 10,000 is where raid cap is on all difficulties that have the violence stuff, but it's how long it takes you to get there. With 315,000 wealth and 32 colonists, I'm definitely at raid cap on 500% threat scaling. But this same setup on Adventure Colony, you'd be like not even a quarter of the way to raid cap. You'd be dealing with 2,500 raids at this point. I'm just sitting here eating store-bought potato salad. Don't know what that says. Had to share. I'm not much of a mayonnaise-based salad person in general. So, whether it's store-bought or homemade, my hat goes off to you for stomaching it, because I can't get into those. Macaroni salad, potato salad, anything that's got that, like, lots of mayonnaise in there. I mean, I was raised in the South. Yeah. I'm more of a Italian antipasta Northeast guy. Give me some mozzarella, or mozzarella, if you will, and some bread, some olive oil, vinegar. Ooh, vinaigrette, actually, not just straight up vinegar. Hello, Muffalo. Not a fan of onion. I like onion from time to time. A lot of that depends. I do love mushrooms. That's something that's like up there on the list for me. My favorite pizza to order when I'm ordering pizza is pepperoni, mushrooms, and brown olives. There is so much salty going on there, and it's amazing. You pair that with some good beverage action, which, you know, really depends on what you like. I'm a sucker for the no sugar lemonade, but I do love me some like Italian sodas, like the blood orange Italian soda, minus pepperoni and jalapenos. I'm a big jalapenos on everything guy. Nice. Yeah, I like jalapenos. I got to be careful about seeds and super spicy stuff because of some stomach things. The animals are diseased now. Wonderful. Yeah, all that's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's not great on my stomach either, but I managed. Yeah, I've had 6 surgeries on my abdomen in the last 5 years, nauseum. So, you know, when I say things aren't great on my stomach, I mean I try to avoid going to the hospital by eating the wrong things. But yeah, it is what it is, though. I've gotten pretty. Yeah, I love jalapenos as well. Yeah. I'm not trying to stress you out. I'm just trying to be funny. But yeah, I love jalapenos as well. I'll eat them sometimes, but I got to be careful to make sure that none of the seeds get in there. Like, the hot stuff isn't great for me, but seeds can be, like, horrible. If I can have any pizza at all, I get white sauce with spinach, ricotta, chicken, ham, roasted red pepper. Oh, that sounds delicious. I'm not like an only this pizza type of guy, and you know, like, I like a lot of different types of pizzas. That's just my go-to. But that does sound delicious. I do love like a white crust pizza, especially with ricotta. I love me some ricotta. I cook Italian food from scratch sometimes. Not very often, but often enough. I mean, well, not often enough. I probably do it once every 2 years or so at this point. You know, you get slower and slower at things. I used to do it every 6 months, then I used to do it every year. Now it's more like every 2 years. I learned to make homemade ricotta and never went back to store-bought. Oh, that's awesome. I don't know that I've ever had homemade ricotta. That's probably real good. I'm the same there, but with yogurt. I made a batch yesterday. Oh, nice. Homemade yogurt, huh? Hey, do you guys have the plague? Asthma? Oh, you have malaria.
But you're on top of it. We let our blood farms get some medical attention. We're not absolute monsters, just kind of monsters. Okay, so we're literally just dealing with people being sick. Like the whole freaking place is sick. I think it's time to tell people to just walk it off. Let's all walk it off. Let's get some work done, people. Wait for it to make this latest bread dough batch too. I'll toss a pig. Yeah, absolutely. Going good, Eric. How you doing? Wait, not vegan. Has egg in it, but non-dairy. It's going all right, Eric. We've been dealing with a decent amount of major events. We've had in the last 2 days we've had some action. Randy's been on top of us a little bit. Breaches, multi-angle, auto mortar, siege, large centipede mech raid. Like we've been getting our butts smacked around a little bit. Although I don't think we've incurred any real permanent damage. So. Yeah, I do think I want to separate the backyard a bit. Hold on. Right here too. Pardon me, but who the hell is Randy? I don't play. So in Rimworld, you pick a storyteller at the beginning of your playthrough, and there are 3 different storytellers. There's Cassandra Classic, which is pretty standard classic threat scaling. You know, like things get a little bit harder and happen at reasonably regular intervals. You know, classic threat scaling. Randy is Randy Random, and so he could go to sleep. He could just send you pods of drugs. He could send you a raid every half a day. He's random, so it's not easy to predict his bullshit. And then there's Phoebe Chillax, who, as her name would suggest, is the easier of the 3 in general. Not always the case, though. So let's do that, and then let's fix the zoning on the rest of this rice. Yeah, so the different storytellers have different flavors to how they attack you. And that kind of makes the game a little more... Then you choose all your difficulty stuff. We're also on an insane difficulty level, because of course we are. Like if you go to the hardest difficulty level of the game, and then turn up the difficulty level from there, that's what we're doing. You're playing Phoebe? Yeah, I mean, Phoebe can still be... So the danger with Phoebe isn't that you get hit super hard, super fast. The danger with Phoebe is lulling you into a false sense of security. You have a whole bunch of time to do things, right? And then all of a sudden you're out of time. And you're like, oh shit, Phoebe got a lot bigger, because you get a lot bigger pretty quick when you have nothing smashing down your doors, you know? So it's not that Phoebe is necessarily the easiest. The issue with her and Cass is that they can be very predictable. So like the way Cass works, when it comes to Rimworld, I've seen you play. Yeah, I mean, feel free to ask questions. Happy to answer. What was I just talking about? I have no idea what I was just talking about. It's fine. Everything is fine. We are going to lose a little bit of room segmenting this more, but we got to do it. So before I signed off, and I destroyed a ton of poor, awful gear and clothing I had laying about.
Yeah, I set my smelter my smelter priorities as soon as I get one up, and I'm always worried that it's set wrong. I think everybody worries that their smelter might be set wrong, right? Oh god, I kind of want to move this, so let's cancel it. Should have worked on segmenting this place before I worked on putting tables down. If we do that, and then we do like, yeah, it doesn't matter that much. We'll go where it feels okay. And now we've got to re-expand this zone and make that rice. And then we've got to shrink our zones a little bit here. Actually, yeah, out to there. Spent an hour trying to figure out how to get it to smelt clothing and weapons that were only poor, awful quality. It wouldn't work. I gave up and just destroyed it all instead. Did you figure it out? If not, I'll try and explain it. Hang on. I'll explain it. Did not. Okay. So I'll run through what I do, and then maybe that'll help. Well, let's say you wanted it to destroy apparel. I'll have to get rid of this one, right? And you wanted it to destroy only stuff that was, what did you say? Poor and awful. Literally, you would go over here, and you would adjust this slider. You want the top one to come down to poor. Now this says smelt anything that's awful to poor. If you were to put this up here, smelt anything awful to normal. We don't have all of the utilities selected. Then there's all this here. So you can set this up to be just like this, and it'll burn and smelt everything. Well, that's destroy apparel, so it takes a little while to get used to how to do this, but I have pretty set priorities. Basically, it didn't work. That should do it. They shouldn't smelt anything else. That's odd. I don't know. I'd probably have to see your setup. I tried to do it by hit points, and that didn't work either. So I usually don't do mine by hit points. The way I do mine is I start... I'll run you through what I do. Maybe it'll be helpful. Smelt apparel, and then I don't allow clean. So this is literally anything that is tainted will get smelted. Then I go down to here, and I do the same thing, non-bio-coded. So anything that is bio-coded also gets smelted. That's how I do those first two. Then we go down to smelt apparel here, and this is stuff that I specifically want to smelt. Like, I don't care about a lot of stuff, so I clear all, and then I allow all, and then I clear off the stuff I don't want them to smelt, like marine armor, cataphract helmets, that type of stuff. Because sometimes I update it later, like we might want to start smelting simple helmets and stuff. And then same thing for weapons. So destroy anything bio-coded. Then destroy all these things that I don't like. Spears, pilas, all that stuff gets put on this list. Then I do smelt slag, and then I start getting into destroying apparel. I uncheck smeltable, so they'll never destroy anything that's smeltable. And then I take off clean, so now anything that can't be smelted, that's tainted, after they've done everything else, they'll destroy it. And then this one is bio-coded, same thing. Anything that's bio-coded that's not smeltable gets destroyed. And then destroy weapon down here, this is like all the crappy bows and stuff like that, if they ever get to that point. Usually they don't get through all of that, so... I think
I think I like this setup. I think we need another table, probably like here. We'll try it again tomorrow, but I wasn't super... Yeah, I would say everything in Rimworld takes a while to get used to. And I'm not even used to it. There are so many things that I'll wind up either stumbling across, or I'll see Adam do, or I'll see someone do, and I'm just like, I can't believe I didn't think of that. So... do I need another one of these, like, here? I'm gonna put another one there. We'll let them roll on a 1. And then we'll adjust zones again. So remember that whole part where I was like, you know, we won't work too much on walls. I lied. I lied. We need to segment this backyard. That almost hurt us pretty hard. So... okay. Yeah, they're getting trees that are actually legitimately ready to harvest, so this is perfect timing right here. Yeah, Christy, if you wind up having any issues, feel free to screenshot it and like post it in the Discord or send me a message in Discord. I'll try to take a look at it and see if I can help in any way, shape, or form. Pawns are idiots. One thing I can think of is like, okay, let's say one of them was on their way to burn something, right? And you switched the recipe. I think they would still burn the thing. So you might switch it and be like, why are they still burning the good thing? And it's probably because they were set. So a lot of times when I reset my bills, when I change stuff, I'll highlight everybody and draft and undraft them again just to reset their priorities, just in case anybody was in the process of doing the thing the old way that I don't want them to do anymore. Now, since we've been stockpiling slate and we're chopping down wood as part of our harvesting routine, this segmenting should go reasonably quick, but then we're back at that point where it's like, okay, well, segmenting is going nice and quickly, but we're still not getting back over to working with silver. I did figure out a quick way to get it back to my base if I'm looking out into the countryside. My base is small. Double click whatever pawn is sleeping because they are going to be at the base. Yep. I do a lot of that as well. I don't know why that... We're going to be pushing over top of that soon enough. And we'll thicken up these inner walls as well. I like the idea of segmenting this more. It gives us just that little bit extra safety precaution. right, we got a little bit over an hour. Again, I like to play on 1 for the most part, but we'll hit 2 at the moment just because we've got enough work queued up to get a few things done quick. Why do you not have any helmet on? Alright, you're going to be upset about tattered apparel, but I'd rather you have a tattered masterwork helmet on than not. Now, this should put all of our animals over here, because this is where our pen marker is. In fact, I want to move that pen marker over here, so that it's, like, more in a noticeable area. Steel mining worksite, not concerned about. We've got a lot of steel in base. Let me make sure over here, remove roof area. I don't want them to accidentally start roofing this whole area in if we build it just a little too small, so we're gonna do that. I mean, it was nice to have that, like, big space for a while, but yeah, smaller squares give our, like, when they get into that backyard area, it's not good. So let's learn from our mistakes. Let's build some things that are going to help us. And yeah, that'll make me feel a lot better about all of that. The thing is, we need more food to come in pretty badly. I mean, not badly, but I would prefer them... Ah, malaria. Thank you for following, Christy. I really appreciate that. So, now we've got malaria again. So, let's go into work schedule. Let's put everybody back on 1s for bed rest and patient. Let's, rest until healed. Rest until healed. Rest until healed. You. You. And you. And we'll go back to putting because I don't want to figure out who exactly is sick. I mean, I know I could look at it. We'll just put everybody on good medicine for now. Second round of malaria this stream. Why did you send us the damn rain? I had to walk in it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but, you know. Zed, let's get this going. Send it back to sender? I mean, sure, why not? I'll take the rain again. We could always use a little more rain out here in the dry ass valley. Zed is feeding. Do you need to be healed? You do. Tend there next. Then Baldwin. Oh, actually, Doomed Idiot. You can tend to Baldwin. And then Mule, I guess you could do that, I suppose. And then Hard Name. Hard Name needs some some help here. Although they're getting through it on their own, it seems like. Okay, and then everybody back to basic medicine after that. Wasn't able to log into Steam earlier? That's weird. Okay, so second round of malaria for stream. Treated. Nobody's gonna die, but we got a lot of people on bed rest again. Which I guess is fine, in theory. But, you know, people don't work when they're laying in bed. Steam having issues? I mean, I hope Steam's not having issues, because I'm on Steam all day, every day. I'm not closing this until, just in case. Unless something goes wrong, of course. I don't know how quickly I want to go thicker. I mean, maybe we should just go right into getting thicker. Yeah. I am too. The only issue I had was when Laz and I are playing game together. Oh, is it like a... Is it like a family license or something? Or like a, you know, one of those type of situations? I don't know what I'm talking about, everybody. Looks like our pemmican shelves are reasonably... I told them not to eat pemmican, I think. Alright, I will let them eat pemmican. Yeah, we need our rice cycle back on point. Like, it's gonna start cycling properly. The problem is that after that toxic fallout, they did a full plant. Then they did a full harvest. And so, like, things are not on cycle yet. They're all still on the wave status. So, it's one of the reasons I was doing that little bit of extra hunting and stuff like that. Speaking of, there is some good eating right up there. We're gonna bring a team up here to bring these yaks into the fold, so to speak. Perfectly, and a few hours later it kicks me offline. That's weird. And that'll get us some yak meat, which should help us stay away from pemmican. Hasn't done it in a while, but it makes us mad when it happens. Yeah, I would get mad too if I was in the middle of doing something, especially in Satis. Like in Satisfactory, like, if you get kicked and you have to refigure out what you were doing, sometimes it can just be like, okay, well, I'm done playing for the day, because it can be a lot to keep in your brain, like even without instances of it crashing. So I'm not trying to kill all the wildlife because the small ones really aren't worth it, but when you get 3 yaks just chilling right outside the wall, like, yeah, let's make that a thing. Let's get the meat and the doomed idiot needs medical treatment. I think they got it. Okay. Anyway, I want to do a lot of different things, guys. The thing is right now, like I said, with Rimworld releasing a new DLC, I really do want to... Yeah, let's get Barbara in there to get the torso. I don't know if they'll be out by the time we're ready to start endgame, but I tend to do things slow, so we're going to say probably. Oh, about status. I have issues in some parts of the map where there are no factories and lags, but it doesn't lag where our factories... That might... I can't think of why that would be for sure, but maybe that has something to do with the fact that since it's not near your factories, it's loading your factory chunks and the chunks you're in, but I can't imagine why that would matter, so I'm not really 100% sure on that one. Yeah, I gotta get that big factory I've been working on finished so that I can move on to bigger and better things and delete the big thing. So, for those of you who don't know, who are new, I kind of hit the addiction button pretty hard when Nightingale released, and I've been going hard on that game, and I'm finally at a place I feel like I can slow down a little bit. I might stream some more of it. I'm definitely not done with the game, but like, I've finished the main storyline. I've got really high gear score. I can harvest and do everything like really quickly. So it's more like laid back now, a little bit more of a focus on building and stuff like that. I've even unlocked just about every recipe you can other than the ones at the watch. There's probably a few that I missed here and there, or I have to do something special to get, and I'll probably go back and do that eventually. But for now... I feel like I can calm down and not like non-stop play that game like I was, so that'll be good. We're gonna put one here and one like here. I think that'll sort us on light. In fact, let's put that a little up. Yeah, okay. We lost some lights in our last mech raid. They came in and they smashed the place up a little bit, so just kind of the running theme of our playthrough the last couple of days. I mean, I'm kind of grateful for disease versus some of the other options that Randy has to send at us, but you know, disease really does slow progress down a lot. The reason I haven't gone crazy trying to get a Persona Core by calling our allies or anything, by the way, if we're going to continue to do a few more things like this to get ready, we might as well see if one randomly spawns. Maybe an easy one will randomly spawn, and then we won't have to go through the whole ally quest situation, which I think is basically going to an ancient complex. You bring a team, you go in, you know, you do the thing. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't know if I've ever had to actually call an ally for a Persona Core. I feel like maybe once we did, but I don't remember exactly when or where, to be honest with you, so. Alright, Squiddy's doing a little building on both sides. Okay, fair enough, Squiddy. You do what you gotta do. Squiddy is our main tailor. And is a production specialist, but being that they're a production specialist, they're also pretty good at... I sent a photo of my base to Discord. If you see it, you'll be like, you seriously built your own base around the Ancient Danger? Our Ancient Danger's down here. Why not? Ancient Dangers are if you can pull some early game badassery and get an Ancient Danger opened real early, and then build your base around it, that can be pretty freaking dope because it's a good structure. I accidentally tapped it thinking it was free slate. Oops! And you survived? I mean, that's pretty impressive right there in and of itself. There was a glitch. Ah, yes, the glitch. I reloaded and one of my pawns was stuck inside the ancient. That's funny. I gotta laugh on that one. That's a good one. If you know where our factory is, the lag is just west of our factory. Interesting. Yeah, I think I know where your factory is on the map. Yeah, I gotta get back into that. I ran most of the rest of the pipeline. The only reason I didn't connect it to everything on the way was because 2 of the 3 that I was connecting it to are the ones that are currently in use. Next time I get on, I'll probably be able to start firing up the factory. We might just run kind of, I don't want to say BS power, but temporary power, so that we can get the thing up and running. There is a decent amount of belt work that has to be done, so that's something to take into consideration for that particular playthrough. There's a lot to do in every game I play, I suppose. Seems to be my thing. Masterwork dining chair. That is phenomenal. Good job. Masterwork dining chairs all the way. Everybody will be comfortable as hell sitting out in the world. Once we get this inner segment situation sorted, we should be pretty good to move the drills. We've got 869. We're gonna do a little bit more work over here, so I'm going to let them do all of that, and then we'll do the 3rd layer. We're just digging in like ticks over here. Gonna have to move the drills soon anyway, just because we're going to be building wall there. So might as well get our block grabbing done, move the drills, build the wall. We'll have to find a different place to harvest slate, but that's not too difficult, and we can probably find a place it's a little less open to getting hosed by insects if they spawn. Let's also start putting down some more of these. I think 2 should handle this area over here. We could use another one. I feel like we could use another one basically here and here. On this bit. Up here we're pretty solid on light. Yeah, and once we start yanking in more steel, we're going to be doing some concreting around the inner lip of our outer wall, if that makes any sense. So all of this building is in preparation. All of the everything we're doing is basically in preparation for ship launch. It's just we haven't started building the ship because might as well wait till we have the Persona core. We also don't have the resources to spend. The steel, the uranium, the plasteel, all of it. We're going to need a lot of resources for the ship. And we've been dumping our resources into allies and gear. We want all of our people reasonably geared up. We're not going to go full marine armor and double bionic legs on everybody, but we're going to make sure that everybody at least has a marine helmet. We can make our own marine helmets, and we actually make them pretty quickly. It's just a matter of being able to switch over to doing our drills on a different resource. Now that we have the other geothermal too, we might actually be able to slap down a few more drills. So that's something I might work on as well. In fact, Let's build copies. 643 waste packs. I mean, there is nothing in there that I really want. I wouldn't be against taking those quests, because we could always dump it on tribals to piss them off and force them to send raids to us so we can get food out of it. But at the moment, we only have one transport pod to launch for gifts, so I'd prefer not to use that if at all possible. Let's get Julie to... Doomed Idiot needs... Looks like our people are doing okay. When I have disease going, like, when I have anything going that's not just straight up building, like if I've got a disease or a raid or any of that, I tend to play on a 1. I play on a 1 a lot, and I always talk about efficiency of in-game time versus efficiency of real-life time. Yes, we could hit the 4 button and, like, theoretically it looks like we got a lot done, but we didn't really get a lot done per cycle. And per cycle getting things done is more important to me in general. We are at the point where, because it stabilizes systems. Maybe I've gotten too used to playing Ani and the idea of like stabilizing a system, but there is something about getting a colony stable that sets me up. Like, if we weren't triggering this crazy endgame raid, we could just, or let's say like there was no raiding and you could just hit the 4 button and the colony would function perfectly. Like sustain itself, food, no waste, all that stuff. That makes me very happy, which is more or less what I play Ani for. This game is more about the challenge and the victory, but it is a colony builder, so I like to do some cool building stuff when I can. We have money in here now. After you get your meal, let's haul in the rest of that silver. We have a little bit of cash on hand now. 3,000, as a matter of fact. If this was before we were at raid cap, I would be a little worried about that, but now that we're past that point, we can kind of keep some in stock. That's good, because if we get a ship who comes in, who's not a bulk goods trader, we can actually have money on hand. Who got the money? Who got the money? Money, money, money. Some random song. I gotta finish making dinner. Have a good one. You too, Nauseum. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. We're just gonna get a few more things done. We've got a little under an hour left in stream. We'll try and end on time-ish, and also raid out to one of our friends and family if people are doing their thing when we get done. But you guys know me. If we need to stay on a little longer to do something, like, oh, there's like 2 blocks left to build, or we're in the middle of a raid, I'll stay on long enough to finish whatever we've started for the most part. There have been a few times where I've left a cliffhanger, like, all right, raid's coming in, we're way past time, we'll deal with this in the morning. So there is always the possibility of that, but I try not to do that unless we're like kind of just getting hit back to back. Like yesterday, usually I like to clean up a raid, you know, like, oh, okay, raid's over, let's, you know, get everything cleaned up. We'll get all the corpses moved. We'll get all the weapons going on smelting. You know, like, maybe not fully on smelting, but let's get the place cleaned up. And yesterday we just kept getting hit, and it was like, all right, well, we can't clean this up. And if we had stayed, we would have gone right into a mech raid. And it's so, at a certain point, you do have to call things. But I try not to do that unless I absolutely have to, you know what I mean? Now the thing is, these aren't going to get built super quick, Because even though I want them built... Actually, these aren't going to get built at all. Never mind. Hi, Tachyon.
This is the kitty. This is the beautiful kitty. Let's put it on a 1 and have kitty appreciation time. Hi, Bubba. How are you doing? How's your day going? Will you go make me a peanut butter and jelly? I would love a peanut butter and jelly. Will you go make me one? Maybe 2?
A little bit longer, buddy. That's Tachyon. He is my wonderful, wonderful little boy that I love. And he can be a pain in the butt. He might start parkouring off the walls. Beautiful lobster camera kitty. He's a good kid. I love him. And there he goes. Buddy, let's stop doing that, okay? Let's not hippity hop into breaking some things, because you break things sometimes. I know you don't mean to, but let's kind of expand and shrink this thing a little bit. Right? We could probably eke out a little bit more rice. Hey bud. Hey bud. Is it Snuggles time? It's Snuggle. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is a good boy. They're such a good baby. Yes, you are. The colonists are on autopilot, so we can have kitty time. Good boy. You should hear the purrs. You should hear the purrs. Come on, bud. Come on. Come over here. Don't go on the keyboard. You can stand on Papa. Papa, not the keyboard. Yes, there you go. There you go. Oh, it's a good boy. That's a good baby. All right, guys, I am stuck in Catland, so we're gonna try and one-hand this as reasonably as we can. No, that was not supposed to be what we did. We were supposed to expand that zone. Can I not expand it? Oh. Alright, bud. I need some space, bud. You will enjoy the puppers. I don't know if he'll get... I don't know. I think he gets along with just about anybody. Person or animal. Like, I think he would get along with a pup. Doggos. Shrink zone. Boop. And harvest. Okay. Tachyon, don't be angry with me, sir. Yes, buddy. Yes, buddy, of course. Put that over there because it doesn't need to be there. This one could get moved just a little bit. Like, we could move that, like, there. Hi, bud. Hi, bud. Hi, bud. I'll bite you. How much energy the attack won't be able to keep up. Right? He needs a little buddy. Papa is, Papa's had too many health problems and is a little bit on the older side, so. Hey, bud. Hey, bud, would you mind? You're in the way, sir. Sir. Okay, you can come up here. You can come up here. He's not letting. He's like, no, you're gonna have to hold me. You're gonna have to hold me. See, I was thinking we move 2 of these drills right now. I know I don't usually split my drills. I like to keep them all in the same spot. But at the moment, we can slow down production a little bit over here. Nuclear stomach plus strong stomach and robust plus metabolism. Yeah, nuclear stomachs are great, except they cause cancer. So I usually only put them on my vampires. Hey, bud. My arm is dying over here. You're not super big. You're not like an uber chonker, but you're a little hefty, bud. You're a little hefty. Just can we go lap? Can it be lap? He's angry. Hey. I'm not gonna put up with the angry. Don't drive angry, sir. 637. You're gonna bite me. You're gonna bite me. All right. Up. Now there's a post for attack. Oh, I'll check it out in a second. Yeah, guys, I don't always check stuff out when I'm on stream. Sometimes I'm just in the stream, so if I don't check something, please don't hate me. I will eventually check it. I didn't answer my phone for like 2 months, so I keep up better with you guys than I do with my real life. Tree linking, Master Gi. Already done on Master Gi. Who else is our natural meditation pawns? I don't remember. Not everybody over here. Okay, God, I don't even know. Bolaft is on the list. I guess we should check everybody and see, Slothful. No, let's not use Bolaft. Baldwin? I don't think Baldwin's on the list. I think Judas is on the list. Jesus, this is a lot. He is feisty. Hey. Not now, sir. I'm trying to remember if any of our earlier... Mrs. Dodo. Mrs. Dodo could be the next up. Optimist. You know what? Let's have Mrs. Dodo get going on this. Optimist is a good one. See, combat supplier passing by. Angel voice is not natural meditation. Okay, so like, my thought process is like, we're gonna want our sensitive pawns, like hypersensitive pawns, whatever, to go first. Our vampires and or potential vampires, we want to be going first. Jeez, we'll probably take that tech print. Sell them some drugs. Have plenty of memory money in stock. We'll snag their components. Medicine. This worked out great for us. You guys can take the recon armor. I don't want it. Remember when I was like, we'll just take the money home? Couldn't have had a better idea on that. I think we can get another barrel as well. Excellent. Okay, and I don't even remember who our best researcher is, to be honest with you. It's changed a lot of times. Dead meat. Apply healing factors. Probably have them research healing factors as well. Brian, what are you doing? Let me have you haul some stuff, buddy. Given how many times we've been hit with we've been hit with malaria twice this stream. I think this is like the 4th or 5th time total we've had malaria. We've been hit with the plague so many times that I don't even know anymore. Just kind of in general. This has been a very disease-heavy run. Coagulator, healing enhancer. Not that we're going to get those going. Y'all need to clean up that base. Yeah, I guess we could put some shelving up at the moment, but there's also, like, we've crammed a lot of stuff into this place. In theory, I suppose we could get shelving up. Stun. Not the worst tier 1. I do keep meaning to, like, clear up the mess, but it's one of those things that's, like, become such a low priority. Alright, we've got light going in some good places. Alright. If you tell them to move deep drills, you have to, like, power them down, because if you don't, the miners will queue up to use the deep drills enough to cause it to not cause you to basically not be able to move them. They're almost finished building tables. We're probably overkilling the tables, but I don't care at this point. I'd rather overkill them than underkill them. We're literally harvesting trees that we grew from scratch at this point. Well, they're killing that tree to put the drill there, but hey. I think these ones are grown in, right? 98%. 98%. So they are harvesting the poplars as they're coming in, and then they're replanting them, so we've got a nice sweeping... We're starting to get on a crop rotation again. I think the plague is just an event. It's not triggered by environment or how dirty your base is. I don't know. Oh, right. No, it's a major event. It's this pretty much the same thing as having a raid happen. Or a manhunter attack or something like that, so... Yeah, I gotcha. Humor. It was funny. We are a group of dirty individuals, apparently. Sorry, Julie. I'm a little... You're a good killer. I'm sure it's totally okay. Now... we don't actually have a ton of stuff to sell, because... decent amount of plain leather. A little bit of light leather. That's from our hunting. Speaking of which... yeah, I feel like the big animals just stay away from base. But hey, maybe I'm just seeing things. Oh, I don't even know what's going on. I'm sorry, everybody. I missed the joke entirely, Julie, until you said something. And then, by then, I think Killer or Sweetney said something about it being a regular event, and that's where my brain went, so it's okay. I know next to nothing about this game, so all my comments are still... yeah, I gotta take that into account when you're talking about it. Like, Julie is definitely not being serious. Alright, our rice is almost grown in again. How long till we can make somebody a vampire? 42 days. How long can we have till we can have a party? 4 days. And Barbara's getting her torso unstabbed in the bioregeneration chamber. Okay, so we're going to continue to focus on Rimworld for the week, or at least that's the plan. I reserve the right to change my mind on any given day based on my mental health and well-being, because some days I just can't handle the stress of Rimworld. So maybe a day or two here we'll do something else. I'm still kind of on the fence as to whether we're going to continue with the Oxygen mini-base playthrough on stream. I think it makes a better YouTube series in theory. But at the moment, that is also too much work, so... So that, you know, everything is where it is, so to speak. Especially the cat on the speaker. Let's bring you forward just a little bit, sir. Just a little bit, sir. No, sir. Those are not toys. Those are Papa's Post-its. Yeah, you guys should see him. He's just draped over my speaker right now. Okay, our backyard is a little bit more segmented, making it just that bit safer. I would stay, take a pic, and post it on Discord. You know, the thing is, as soon as I try to take a picture of him, he notices I'm paying attention, and then things like this happen. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. I don't even think this is him wanting to pay attention. I think this is him trying to assert his dominance. Like, stream is over. It is time to go and have after-stream playtime. Is that what it is? Oh, I could just eat your face. He's so delicious. Such a delicious face. Okay, you hang out up on the chair, Bubba. He wants to sit on my shoulder. He wants to be a nuisance. Okay, our drills are back on steel. There is some plasteel out here we could try to get at. There's plasteel down here. There's literally enough steel in our base. We're never gonna want for steel. I think it's insane that any of the what you call Devil Strand is actually getting planted. We have so many crops. Like, our entire thing is crops, right? Like, that's our whole freaking colony, is like, let's grow wealth. Which, I guess we're doing okay. How much beer do we have? 738. So we can sell some beer. We could definitely sell some beer. Once we get above that 500 mark, I start being like, alright, we can sell some beer. We mass produce beer, so... let's check on our stuff. I had suspended some of this, but it's all back up and running now. Excellent. And our people are cooking with rice again. Which is great. Minor break risk. Who? Mule? What is your problem, Mule? Was imprisoned. Was insulted. 7 hours. 18 hours. Sick. I don't feel very well. No shit. Well, I was going to try and send Mule out on another run, but he is not in good spirits, so we'll let him chill. I mean, we did just segment our walls, so we could, in theory, maybe get like a little bit of a freezer kitchen area going. I don't know. Kind of feel like I botched the job with the way these doors are, to be honest with you. Should have lined them up with the other doors. Yeah, I don't even know what the hell I was thinking. Let's make that a little better for my sanity. See, what I'm thinking is maybe we just put a wall here and make this the freezer. But we'd have to do some airlock nonsense and probably need to put in some auto doors. Not like an airlock and oxygen not included, but like if they go through doors and the doors stay open, it's hard to keep temperature in. That's why it's hard to have a freezer with two sides. It's tempting to have a freezer with two sides because, you know, you let the crop side comes in and drops off, the kitchen side comes in and grabs. But that's not actually what happens. They wind up just kind of like pushing through a lot of times. So it becomes a whole thing. Now, if we don't go super big with the freezer... I kind of want to build a freezer, guys. I think we're going to need it. Okay, so let's say we build it there. Now, you know what? Let's not worry about that right now. We're about half an hour done from stream. We've recovered from everything, realized our weaknesses, and rebuilt the walls. Repaired the walls, we segmented the walls. All in all, we've made the base a lot more secure from a wall standpoint. We finished up our old shit over here that we had planned. So we've got a nice little honeycomb over here. We could, in theory, finish out this idea that I had over here for, like, walling that in. We could also, like, wall in all the way up to here to give another buffer. There's even room to do more walls on these sides, but I'm not thinking we need to put up more walls, honestly. If we're going to put up more walls, it's going to be a little space to make a freezer. I'm not sure exactly where, but he does look nice as a pillow. Hi, buddy. Okay, so we should be pulling steel in now at a pretty decent rate. So our people are pulling in the steel. People are also cooking. We've got rice that's come in, so that's fantastic. Our people our planters, I think, are sleeping at the moment. Planting crew is asleep status. But we are bringing in all sorts of things, including wood for tables. Okay, so let's continue. Visitors, wonderful. Let's continue our nonsense here, right? Maybe there. We're not going to put one in there. Let's put one there, one there. One there. 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 There, and then maybe there? Sure, why not? Tables. When you're doing combat at the end of the game, well, at any point, a lot of times they carry meals on them to eat. So when you go to undraft people, they will only, I think it's something like 16 tiles that they look for a table. And if they don't see a table within 16 tiles, they'll eat without a table. So this is how we avoid the eat without a table debuff without having to overly micromanage people, is that we put tables everywhere. Tables and lights go everywhere. And if we can afford to, we're going to put art up too. Fibrous mechanites. Thank you, Randy. So yeah, right now, since we're not doing any crazy expansion, we are basically putting up tables and lights everywhere. Once we've made a few more things with the steel and components, namely more marine helmets, which we need to get some more plasteel dug up as well, so that'll be on the agenda. Now that we have the steel, we're going to put up the lights. They're chopping down the trees so we can put up the tables. I'm going to try and highlight the stuff that needs to get highlighted. I do think it's overkill to put seats at every single table, but we do have a lot of people, so... Gotta queue up the seats over here, though. So we've got wood crops, in theory, that are coming in right now. The poplars are getting to the age where they're just going to auto-harvest them, and we've had points in this playthrough where we've overdone it on wood. Like, there's just been wood in inventory. We've also had points where we're choked out on wood, so at the moment, I'm just kind of trying to make use of the resources we have access to. The light's going to make them work faster and move faster, both, you know, they'll move faster in combat or while they're working on stuff. The tables make sure that nobody winds up eating without a table when they're out doing whatever it is they're doing. And then we'll put down some concrete so that we can get in and out faster when we're popping out. I'm not sure if we'll quite get to auto-dooring the entire base. Auto doors are very helpful when you need to pop out of a door. But are they worth my sanity? I don't know. Like, we could prepare forever, guys. Like, we could literally prepare forever. Like I said, there are minimum requirements. Everybody has to have a marine helmet. That's a minimum requirement for me. I'd like everyone to have a bionic leg, but if that doesn't happen by the time we have marine helmets, it is what it is. It'd be cool if we could get enough Luciferium to put everybody on Luciferium for the final 15 days. And we, like I said, we still do have to get a Persona core, so there's still work involved before we're actually able to build the ship itself. We need a lot more resources. Basically, we need to be non-stop drilling. How much steel do we have? 613. I gotta be honest, I want to speed this up a little bit. So we're gonna make copies of these drills. I'm gonna say we go up to... You know what? Let's go up to 6 drills. As soon as we have enough for 6 drills, they'll get the 6 drills going. I think Mule is still not feeling great. Yeah, and they got fibrous mechanites. So I need enough colonists that they can sleep in waves. I like to do that. I use a biphasic schedule, usually, and I stagger them as needed. I've got 2 main schedules, and then I've got, like, a 3rd schedule that I put the problem causers on, you know? People who are, like, annoying voices or whatever. Biphasic helps a lot with mood. I mean, we don't really need the help at the moment, but I'd rather... You get a little less done, but you do like 2 blocks of work, 2 blocks of rec, and 2 blocks of sleep. Split the day in half, basically. My meditation pawns, I give a little bit more meditation to because I'm kind of obsessed with Psycasters. They definitely make a huge difference in my opinion. I'd really love to get invisible before end of game because we've got Berserk Pulse. So, speaking with Julie could definitely use with some Death Rest. Sweetney is nicely Death Rested up and has got full armor, so I think Sweetney can do a good job doing whatever. And Julie should only be down, 2.5 days as opposed to the 4 because we've got 2 accelerators hooked up to her. And those glucosoid pumps are going to make sure that she runs fast. So, making progress here. Making progress. So, I'm not necessarily going to put tables all the way out to the utmost edges. But I think in this area and maybe in this area as well, since they're kind of like one... What's up, Tachyon? Hi! We still got 20 minutes, sir. Then I'll let you out, and I'll go get me some dinner. Ooh, I think I have chicken nuggets. I think that's what I'm going to have for dinner. I'm going to be like a grown-up kid tonight. I'm going to get a peanut butter and jelly and then put chicken nuggets in for like half an hour so I can have them a half hour later. Peanut butter jelly and chicken nuggets. That's the plan, guys. Because I don't want to go to the store. Are we going to get any trees cut down? So the fibrous mechanites are actually helping us at the moment. Our people are moving faster and getting more done. The pain is probably going to affect their mood, but we've had a couple of wedding ceremonies. He is a squeaker. Hi. You know that the squeaks get to Daddy's soul. What was I talking about? I have no idea what's going on. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I should decommission this. That'll do. We got our medicine growing in here. It's nice to play on the rim and eat an amazing dinner that Laz made. Oh, that's awesome. What kind of dinner you guys got going on tonight? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know. I know it's very upsetting that you can't go out 20 minutes early. He wants to go run around the living room. He wants me to go run around the living room with him, but he'll settle for me going to cook dinner while he runs around the living room. We're doing a little reconfiguring of the crops as we go. Since we sliced off a lot here, I am like readjusting, adding a little bit more area to some of the rice plants. Not that we need it. These heel root really don't need to be here, so we just made all that rice, and then we've got the Tinctera over there. Because we've been growing heel root in our hydroponic setup, and I kind of feel like that's the way to go. Hey, bud, can you please not squeak? Hey. 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 Please stop. Please stop. I love you so much, but you're breaking my heart, buddy. Do we try and send Mule out for one last trade before the end of the day, or do we maybe, Hey, buddy. Please stop screaming at me. Please stop screaming at me. I love you, but you're making me nuts, bud. I think we send out Mule for one more trade before the end of the day. Let's clean these guys out of the last little bits that they have. She can hear Kitty from a mile away. Oh man, yeah, he is a very vocal young lad. So we're gonna send you with the horse this time, because the horse is, of course, what we need to do here. We are going to send some of our cloth, not all of it, because we're bringing more in. We're going to send off all of the junk that we are not using as far as textiles go. I think we can send off a little chem fuel. I think I have it set to 600, and if not, we'll set it to 600, but let's bring 353 and sell that. see what else we can pop off here. I mean, I suppose we could. That's not going to be worth anything. We'll let that peeler rot. We've got a good flak chest. We're not going to sell that. We'll bring the 127 silver, and then let's go over to travel supplies. Simple meal 3, raw fungus. In fact, let's take a lot of raw fungus, bud, because even if we got to dump the stuff, I'm good with that. And then we have these odd numbers of these things, so we'll take those with us. Oh, and beer. Yeah, we can take a little beer. We have more beer than we need at the moment. All right, that's actually a pretty good haul right there. Broccoli is always a solid choice with that. 3 cheese chicken, hamburger, not really helper, and broccoli with... Ooh! Yeah, cheese and broccoli go together great. I mean, cheese and just about anything go together great, but yeah, cheese and broccoli, good stuff. I'm a big fan of, like, if you get a baked potato, and then you, like, kind of almost twice bake it, but instead of just twice baking it, you scoop everything out of it and mix it with, like, broccoli cheddar soup, and then put some, like, chicken and cheddar in there, and then cover it all in good cheese, and then just melt that whole thing together. I mean, you can go as crazy as you want, you know, throw bacon in there, whatever floats your boat. But basically getting a big potato and stuffing the whole meal in there with some broccoli cheddar and some chicken and all that nonsense. See how Hard Name's having a beer at the table there? Marriage is on. Excellent. We need to keep our mood up. Allied trader, huh? Let's see what the traders have. We're getting Mule to send off a few things, but if we can do a quick trade before Mule leaves, of anything worthwhile here. We got reinforced barrels. We don't need an LMG. We don't need to sell any of that. They don't have Luciferium. We could buy their components if we sell them something, but what do I want to sell them? 88 bucks worth of something. We could sell them some smoke leaf, I think. We can afford 88 bucks worth of smoke leaf. 13, yeah, that's fine. Just to get their 2 components. Let's haul that. So far, I'm the only one who is playing without drugs. Drugs are great for mood. I learned my drug policies from watching Francis John play. If you set beer every day, if their mood is below 35%, that's awesome. And then you set Psychite tea every other day, once every 2 days, at 30%, and then smoke leaf joint every 2 days at 25%. That'll keep people happy pretty much across the board with almost no risk of... I think if you set it up that way, you can't actually get addiction to those things. So I always set it up that way. Right now, we've switched over to High Life. So everybody is drinking 1 beer a day every day. And they get the bonus from the beer, but they also get the High Life bonus from it, so mood is very high. We still have the other drugs on deck. We even have a waster that we're keeping alive by giving them Psychite tea, although at one point we had a really long battle and they didn't go take it themselves, so we had to administer it in a hospital bed, like, you know, like it's a surgery or something, and just clean somebody up and pour some tea down their throat. But anyway, that is the nonsense we're doing here. And then we have marriage free and approved, so we always get wedding buffs. It's a double-edged sword, though, because if someone dies and they're married to, like, 5 people, all of them get the 20 debuff for losing their husband or wife. And then they also get, like, is it a 30? Maybe it's a 30 and a 20. They get the debuff for losing their husband or wife, and for losing a friend, and for losing a colonist. So all said and done, I think it's something like a -50 to -55. It falls off earlier for some of the parts than others, but it is still a very long and obnoxious deal. Alright, we have 1,000 steel, right? Do we still want to pull steel, or do we want to switch over to plasteel? I kind of feel like we should still pull some steel, because we're making components and advanced components left and right, right? Alright, so we're ahead on components, and we're making advanced components when our smithies are smithing. So that's good. Raven's actually burning tainted stuff, which is unnecessary, but doing okay. One thing you gotta do, tables should not be set as gathering spots. I don't want people relaxing at the tables. I want them relaxing inside. So we can make this table a gathering spot. So we are slowly but surely getting to where we need to be. Now, lights. Did we place lights yet? Not over here, really, right? We placed one up there, so let's put one there. Let's put another one right there. There. We're going to need more power conduits, so I'm going to say through there. Yeah, this is why we needed steel. I completely forgot. I'm like, why are we, did I not queue one up over here? I swear I queued one up over here. Right there, where that bush is. Excellent. And we're going to need them, like, there-ish, and then probably one, like, there. And that should get us sorted as far as the lamps go. Again, let's keep an eye on our home zones, because I do want them to repair this stuff when it gets broken. In general, we will unhighlight when that becomes an issue. Bob's fixing a battery. Thank you very much, Bob. The batteries are a little bit more obsolete at this point. How is Mule doing? Mule is almost to their location, which is excellent. We'll get this last trade in, and then that'll probably be the last big thing we do for the day. I have to scoot. Have a good night. Thank you for the stream and the advice. Of course. Hopefully we'll see you again. Feel free to pop into the Discord and say hi, or come on back anytime. I'll be here tomorrow doing some more Rimworld, most likely. Provided my mental state can handle Randy's shenanigans, we'll be doing more Rimworld tomorrow. But yeah, it's good meeting you, Christy. You have an amazing night. Thank you for hanging. My bestie is in town. I'll be hanging with her the next week. All right, sounds good. I'm not going anywhere. I've been doing this consistently for a while now. Had to take a break because of some health reasons, but back in action. So we'll be here whenever you come back. You have yourself an amazing day. Oh wait, underground uranium in base? Oh, that's perfection. That's essentially what we were missing. I mean, I don't like having to go all the way down for plasteel. I might just pop a couple in this wall. Tachyon, I swear, bud. I swear. You should see him. He's kneading the bed. He's like, hi. Hi. 5 minutes, bub. 5 minutes. Is that okay? Let's get our trade on before the cat loses his mind. Alright, we've got a bit of a budget, and we know that these guys don't have much of anything that we want. So, let's pick them clean of some stuff that's useful. I would like to get plasteel in here. How much plasteel can we carry? Can we carry $2,700 worth of plasteel? We absolutely can. And I'm okay with that. So we give them the money we have and all of the junk we brought with us, and we go home with 194 plasteel. I'm honestly not upset about that. That'll get us a few bionics and maybe a marine helmet or two. And it's not, we don't have to dig for it. And I mean, other than that, we have legitimately cleaned these guys out. I mean, I'm not sure what else we could pull off there. 10.9 days, so I mean, that's the thing, is like, we can literally just keep going back and buying plasteel and steel if we have to. If we have stuff that's not useful to us, it's better to send a guy off and come back with, you know, a handful of plasteel or steel to help the cause. We're up to 6 drills yanking steel out of the ground right now. We've got gold and uranium in base, so we can set up and rip that stuff out of the ground too. I'd like to focus on mining up resources next stream. Bionics, and then getting the rest of the tables and lights placed. Lights seem to be going down a lot faster than tables at the moment. In fact, let's maybe queue up the lights for this section. We need something like... probably one like right there. 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 Is this a science? No, this is not a science at all, but, you know, for anybody who's curious. This is Nether just kind of having a feel for the distance of the light and slamming it down where it's appropriate. If we need to move them and adjust their spot, we will. But caravan arrived at WTF. What are you doing? Oh my god. Mule has been coming back and passing the fuck out the last few times, so let's rope Killer in, and then you can go to sleep, Mule. Our mood is not through the roof at the moment. The fibrous mechanites are probably causing a lot of people pain. And we're coming up on our rituals, which means that all of the old ritual stuff is long gone as far as mood bonus is concerned. So our tables going up is gonna really matter as far as, you know what, let's move this one a little bit down here. Just a couple of minutes. I'm saying goodbye to everybody. Alright, so tomorrow we'll finish getting lights and queuing up tables. It might take us a little longer to actually acquire the wood necessary to do all these tables. We might just go and we might manually queue people up to go and chop trees just right quick to get them done. Because I want to chop all these trees. Wouldn't mind chopping all these trees either. In fact, let's queue that up. We'll queue up down here. Bubba, I would like for you to stop screaming at me, please, sir. So, okay. We got a lot done. We dealt with a raid that took almost the first 2 hours. An hour and a half plus another hour to do cleanup. So almost the first 3 hours we're dealing with the mech raid and the cleanup from the raids yesterday. Then we got into doing some stuff. We finished out the walls we started yesterday over here. Nice honeycomb action. We repaired up everything from the attack. We segmented our main backyard a little bit because we learned that was kind of a weak point in our defense grid. We messed with the crops a bit. We've got food coming in. We did a little bit of hunting. We're melting stuff down, burning stuff. We've got stockpile of 900 blocks to cut with, and we're up to 1100 steel already, putting down lights, putting down tables, and we have, okay, bud, just a couple of minutes, and we have plenty of resources coming in now that we should be able to just kind of, yeah, like handful more lights, handful more tables, and then it comes down to putting concrete down. What we're going to do is we're going to be concreting 3 tiles in along the outer walls, maybe putting a few little paths here and there for our high traffic areas, concrete inside of the doorways themselves. I'm considering the idea of putting some concrete outside the doors. I'm not sure if we're going to do little landings in front of each door, pave the whole area around. The problem with concrete outside is that if you've got a group of enemies running on it, they get the speed boost as well. So we might not put any concrete outside. It just might be an inside thing so that everybody gets in as quick as possible once they hit the door. But that's the basic gist of what we got to do, other than just pulling massive amounts of resources out of the ground and then building the ship. If we get to the point where all of that stuff I just talked about is pretty much done, and we've got enough resources to build all the other parts of the ship, we'll put in a call to one of our allies for a Persona Core, which tomorrow I think we're going to focus the first little bit of wealth tomorrow on topping off our 2 allies that aren't fully up there. Gamani we keep topping off by actually trading with them, so we don't have to worry about as much of wealth drop. But if we could do like a couple of small gift packages to the other 2, we could have them topped off at 100%. I just want to kind of keep them up there if we can. I'm going to get 10,000 points so I can get 2 pawn names when the DLC comes out. I hope so. I mean, I hope it comes out soon, but I also hope we get a little while to finish this playthrough. Okay, I think we're going to call it there for today. We're going to save and quit. Bing, bang, boom. And then let's see who's on in our group of friends and family. I used to raid out a lot to... I used to try and balance it, you know, like if we raid if we raid all 6 days out of the week, we raid 3 days to our friends, 3 days to new people. Lately, I've been kind of raiding mostly the people that we know, just because I've been a little low energy lately, and it's a little easier to raid our friends and family. It looks like Val is doing some more Overwatch, and so let's go show Val some love. Kind of got bored. I mean, if you're getting bored with the game, it's good that you stopped streaming, just because, you know, the energy comes through sometimes. Anyway, guys, we're going to go right over to Val. It's not the same type of game, but Val's a really wonderful person. We met her when we were playing Alice Madness Returns. It's her favorite game, or one of her favorite games. So we'll be doing some more stuff tomorrow, most likely Rimworld. And hopefully by the end of the week, we could at least be starting our endgame raids. And we'll do other stuff soon enough. Take care, everyone. Be well. If you see me in Discord, come say hi.
Another cloud.
Have good image. It's just we need some kind of support.